Board Member Duval Wilson,
Here.
Board Member Eckert,
Here.
Board Member Gifford. Is he
Virtually.
Yep, we'll mark it that you're virtual. Board Member Meyer,
Here.
Board Member Sackett Gable,
Here.
Board President Telesford,
Here.
Board Member Badlama,
Here.
and Board Member Whitletter.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please take notice that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. That written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 p.m. on January 5th, 2024. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tappan Tasoma, and the Village Green. Whereas while the Senator Byron M. Baer Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-6, requires all meetings of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to be held in public, NJSA 10:4-12 sets forth 9 types of matters that may lawfully be discussed in executive session without the public being permitted to attend. And whereas the board has determined that one issue is permitted by NJSA 10:4-12 to be discussed without the public in attendance and shall be discussed during an executive session to be held on Thursday, November 21st, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. And whereas the 9 exceptions to the Open Public Meeting Acts outlined in NJSA 10:2-4 are listed below, and next to each exception is a box that will be marked when the issue to be privately discussed fall within that exception. And after each exception is a space where additional information that will disclose as much information about the discussion as possible without undermining the purpose of the exception shall be written. Any matters which by express provision of federal law, state or statute, or rule of court shall be rendered confidential or excluded from public discussion. The nature of the matter described as specifically as possible without undermining the need for confidentiality is attorney-client privilege, HIB reporting, and personnel. Any collective bargaining agreement or the terms and conditions of which are proposed for inclusion in any collective bargaining agreement, including the negotiation of terms and conditions with employees or representatives of employees of the public body. Whereas the length of the executive session is estimated to be approximately 45 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. Now therefore be it resolved that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education will go into executive session for the above stated reasons only. And be it further resolved that the board hereby declares that its discussion of the aforementioned subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure. With that, I'd like to make a motion to come into public session. Do I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Callahan. All in favor? Aye. All right, it's unanimous. We're going to go into public closed session.
Hey, Ms. Blink. What's that? Next. That helps place. We can check it.
Link, we're going to have a short video by Mr. Curtis Grayson, an art teacher here at Columbia High School who had his work exhibited in Havana, Cuba. I just want to say that I've always wanted to go to Havana because I do roulette at the casino, so I'm always envious of everyone that gets to take a trip there, and I hope we can enjoy some of your artwork. Thank you.
Hello, yes, thank you for welcoming me in. For those that don't know, I guess I'll sit, I guess. For those that don't know, my name is Curtis Grayson III. I'm a visual artist, art educator. I've been teaching at Columbia High School for 10 years now. This is my 29th year in art education. Excuse me. I had the pleasure, the opportunity of being selected as one of the one of the 25 artists from New Jersey as a visual artist. Some work that I worked on over the summertime to be a part of. Thank you. To be a part of as far as the African-Cuban biennial. One of my mentors, Ben Jones, professional artist, international artist. He pretty much has been having opportunities for artists to be able to travel back and forth, and he's been doing it for about at least 115 trips that he's been back and forth to Cuba, which was amazing. You'll see as far as like my work was there and it's still there. Opportunity to be able to collectively come together, meet a lot of the people internationally as a visual artist, travel and see a lot of the museums and really understand more of the culture, what was taking place in the diaspora as far as artists there. My opportunity there, it was profound. It will definitely be earth-shaking and will continue to grow as far as an artist, as myself, as just an educator, and continue to understand as far as the plight of what the Cuban people, African-Cuban people are suffering from. You will see in this video, the exhibit was taking place, the biennial started on the 18th, but we had to go a week before, of course, to set up the work, to bring the work in, and the exhibit is at Casa de Africa, which is in Havana, Old Havana of Cuba. The work is permanently installed, so they have my work. It will be permanently there. We'll do limited editions later of that piece. There was a school that was located inside the actual museum. I got to talk to students and take pictures and see their teachers as well. The video you're going to see was one out of many videos I was able to select. This one video shows the highest form of education, diversity. The pedagogy is just remarkable, where I was asked to do an interview in front of my painting from students that were from the hearing impaired. And so what happened was by me translating, me talking about my work, they had a translator that was translating into Spanish and then also the sign language or whatever person that was actually signing to them. And just the amount of energy that people, when they recognized and saw my work, people couldn't believe that I'd never been to Cuba before. They recognized what I did as far as the work that I had, and there was a tremendous amount of artists that was there. I knew about at least 5 artists from New Jersey that came, but you know, we all really came together and it was just a profound experience. The exhibit is going to probably run until February. I may even have to try to go back just to before it closes or something. But it was a lifetime event for me, and you can cue the video so they can actually see it.
Dale, yo le explico, Jordani, él va a hablar en inglés y más o menos lo que no entiendo, yo te voy explicando si te quedó algo, entonces repetimos. Sí, all right.
My name is Curtis Grayson III. Visual artist from America. Happy to be in environment. Amongst all the human people. First time here in Cuba. First time here in Cuba. I wanted to represent the culture from visual images that I see. Try to bring to life. Beautiful Morena, Cohiba, Arturo Sandoval, Jasmine, showing the Cuban economy. Doing the connection, spoken. Also showing the beautiful architecture, African mass from here. Collage, acrylic and collage. This is my work. Multimedia artist, just loving as far as the Afro-Cuban identity. At Casa de Africa, I'm an artist and I'm also an art educator. I teach students, high school, I teach high school. 29 years, años. Love to teach, love to paint, love to draw, love to share. Love to share. This piece here, when they got the title they had, it was Music Move Me. But no, the actual title, because it took me a while to think, the actual title is The Pulse in the Heartbeat of Cuba. That is my piece. Permanently installed. This will be the permanent collection here, this piece. Once I get back to the States, we're gonna do a limited edition print. 55. Siete cinco. Knock on wood. I'll be 55 in December. I don't look 55. I'll be 55. I'll be 55. So that is my piece, just love. But loving the people, loving the culture, being able to understand the expression, to be connecting with some people that I know that's here, my friends that actually live here as well. Just learning more about the struggles, and seeing that, and I'm gonna go back and share. When I go back, I'm gonna do a whole presentation about Cuba, to present, and show a lot of the beauty and also the struggles of what everybody's going through, to get people to release the whole, but the people is very strong. Yes, no, I'm loving it. I leave, I go back Monday. Yes, so I came in November 9th. November 9th. And then the 18th I leave. But,
all brought supplies, pads, art pads. We had as far as acrylic brushes, everything. And the people was just very, very warm and giving, but they were just very appreciative. What I really recognized and understood going there, everything is different. You know, the connection that we have, of having our cell phones. There's like hardly no Wi-Fi. I had to explain to my friends that it was like AOL dial-up attached to a string, pulling a rock through molasses up a hill. I had like one bar, one dot. It was like almost Harley, you know. I was supposed to get there on the 9th. I got there on the 11th because I had to stay in Miami because I'm coming 2 days after the hurricane. So the hurricane had already took place. While I was there, I was getting as far as a lot of feedback from people because they had an earthquake on the other side of the island. It didn't affect us. But the pride of the people was just amazing to see in such turmoil or such, you know, strife of what they dealt with. It made you really appreciate the smallest things. When I say the economy is so tough, the cab driver was telling me that it takes him 7-8 hours just to get gas, going in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, and getting gas at 7 to 8 o'clock at night. But when I went to visit as far as the museums, it matched as far as our museums in New York and Chicago and every other places. Everything is high level as far as you know, the creativity, the ability, and it was very warm, welcoming as far as their you know, for the arts. And we want to just continue to, you know, build that combination and that connection. So my goal is possibly, you know, with the permission as far as maybe with the school, to bring some of the artists here and maybe do like a slideshow or whatever of what we experienced and talk. Some of the artists, they have their film that's going to be showed through PBS. So you had international artists from all over, but mainly from Jersey and everything. There was such a rich culture that was connection, and pretty much we were set and prepared for the event because we were attending Zoom calls or whatever throughout the summer just to be prepared of what we need to expect. I've traveled out of the country several times, but never to a situation like that where you can't use your credit cards. There is no debits. There is no you know, because of the trade embargo, unfortunately, it's causing a lot of hardship. So you had to bring completely cash. Because we was, and luckily I had some people there already to help me out and, you know, help me navigate. But my landlord that I stayed at the Airbnb, she said, I'm Cuban now, because she saw me constantly getting in and out of taxis and moving around, and there's like zero crime from and definitely wanted to make sure that the school seen, because at first I didn't even push it as big, but didn't realize how large of an opportunity it was until I was a part of it. And it's still growing and it's still happening, and I'm still getting feeds from people from WhatsApp, and, you know, as I'm posting slowly, things that's happening or whatever, that I'm able to, you know, still share from the work and just everything I've seen. I'm still processing things. But my students were all asking, like, what happened? What did you do? What did you see? Because they knew I was going, but they also knew that they had a project that they were working on, a skeleton project. And I said, I'll be back and I'll continue working with you, but you know what I'm expecting from you, from my students, you know. So the constant education is constantly going. And, you know, that's a testament of what I like to be able to share and to be able to show my students. And it was just very powerful, very powerful. And I'll leave it at this. I remember one opportunity seeing a middle school. They were in the museum, and while we were installing the work, hammering nails and people talking, everything, this classroom with like maybe 4th grade, 3rd grade was still so focused, attending and participating, raising their hand as if oblivious, like nothing was happening, like nothing was around them. And I was in awe just looking at, I was like, that couldn't even been me if I was that young, still focusing like that, listening to my teacher and having that much tunnel vision, but that's what we were seeing in the midst of everything. And then until, you know, they was decided they wanted to take pictures and stuff, but it was just amazing. It was amazing. But thank you. I appreciate it.
I think I can speak to the board and speak for the community. It was an honor to have you represent Columbia High School in the school district. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
All right, we'll have an update from our student reps now.
First, we want to recognize Miss Abiodun Banner, the admin intern at Columbia High School. Miss Banner has been a tremendous help to the CHS administrative team during her leadership program internship. She's taken the lead on attendance and discipline and set up key systems that have made high school workloads easier and more efficient. CHS administration is very grateful for her dedication and hard work. Thank you to Miss Banner. Next, we want to recognize Miss Tajmira Kelly-Lewis at the Montrose Early Childhood Center. We're eager to recognize Miss Tajmira Kelly-Lewis for her exceptional dedication to preschool education. With her boundless enthusiasm, creativity, and care, she fosters a nurturing and engaging learning environment where children feel safe, valued, and inspired to explore the world around them. Ms. Kelly-Lewis consistently goes above and beyond to support the intellectual, social, and emotional development of every child. Her innovative teaching methods, patience, and ability to adapt to each student's unique needs make learning a joyful and meaningful experience. The positive impact she has on her students and their families is truly immeasurable. Thank you to Ms. Tajmira Kelly-Lewis. Next, Ms. Marcia Hicks from Columbia High School. We're proud to recognize Marcia Hicks for her outstanding work in developing an AP core presentation to support students in their advanced placement courses, particularly those taking AP classes for the first time. This program was designed to support students of color in their academic endeavors by creating a community and connecting students with resources. Next, we want to recognize Mr. Curtis Grayson, who we just heard from. We recognize the amazing work of Mr. Curtis Grayson, art teacher at Columbia High School, for being selected as a visual artist for his prestigious 15th African-Cuban Biennial in Cuba. His artwork will be exhibited and permanently installed at the Central Contemporary Art Museum of Wilfredo Lam in Havana, Cuba. This special exhibition runs from November 15th through February 28th. Mr. Grayson and 24 other artists from the United States will also be featured at the Casa de Africa and the Central Contemporary Art Museum of Wilfredo Lam during a reception on November 16, 2024. Mr. Grayson's talent and contributions to contemporary art are amazing recognitions that make Columbia High School and our school district very proud. Next, we want to recognize Dr. Bean Folks, who recently made an outstanding contribution to education through her presentation at the New York State Reading Association. Her paper, A Gradual Release Model to Teach Comprehension Strategies in Asynchronous Classrooms, introduces an innovative approach to building students' metacognition and improving text comprehension in online asynchronous learning environments. The 2024 Columbia High School varsity field hockey team we want to recognize for an exceptional season, earning the first winning record in over 2 decades, 10-9, and securing double-digit wins for the first time since 2019, setting a new Blue Division record of 9-3, surpassing the previous best of 6-3. These accomplishments were made possible through the players' dedication, teamwork, and commitment to supporting one another on and off the field. Congratulations to the players led by their captains and coaches, Stephanie Rivera and Marissa Buzar, for making CHS history and inspiring us all with their hard work and success. Thank you to Janine Guida Putra, who was recently appointed to the South Orange Public Libraries Board as a liaison to our school district. Over the next 5 years, she will do an excellent job at strengthening our relationship with South Orange's library system. And finally, a large thank you goes to Donna Friedrich and Vanessa LaForest for leading the fifth graders in organizing the annual Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day for the second year in a row. This event has explained Ruby Bridges' historic courage and resilience in the fight against injustice, serving as an enduring symbol of hope and progress. Students engaged in thoughtful discussions and explored actionable ways to combat racism and bullying, reflecting on Ruby's legacy and her relevance today. The students even suggested that the elementary school Ruby Bridges attended be renamed in her honor. Thank you, Mrs. Friedrich and Ms. LaForest.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to begin by addressing the state of security at Columbia High School. So far, the ID enforcement has been a bit inconsistent, and the enforcement inside of the school has unfortunately been subpar. A very small number of students are wearing their IDs around their neck due to lack of enforcement. We will be in conversation with the administration so that we can take action to reiterate the importance of students wearing their IDs in classrooms so this policy can be enforced throughout the school year. To continue, we have been working with Mr. Sanchez to try and have some clubs meet without their advisors in the cafeteria. Clubs are an integral part of student life in high school, so we are excited that some club meetings will begin soon. Also, in October, we met with board members to discuss a committee where the board members will meet regularly with the board representatives to address numerous issues regarding student life. This is definitely a step in the right direction in terms of board-student communication, and we see it as a tool that will be useful to both the board and the students. We look forward to seeing what we can accomplish together. Furthermore, in the past week, we met with the middle schoolers at Maplewood Middle School. Many of the students stated that they would benefit from some sort of period for study hall or teacher advisory, so we will definitely be looking into that. We also talked with them about the counseling department in the middle schools, which was an issue that we looked into last year. Many of the students said that while counselors serve as a useful resource to many students, a lot of students can go through their entire middle school experience without once meeting their counselor one-on-one. Some students suggested that a mandatory meeting with their counselor, even once, could help students feel comfortable with using the counseling department throughout middle school and even perhaps shift the stigma around the counseling department as a place of discipline. The counseling department is an extremely crucial resource for students, and we want to make sure that students know that there is somewhere for them to go, whether it be for guidance, someone to talk to, or help with their future plans. Finally, Prince Sanchez showed us around the new student facilities in the high school. They look like they'll be an amazing resource for students, and the student body is very excited for them to open. That concludes my report. Thank you.
So I do want to quickly shout out these two, reluctantly. They reached out to Principal Sanchez and myself about being better conduits for the middle school student councils. So we had our first meeting with MMS. So we have another scheduled meeting with SOMS coming up. And then we came up with the idea of just doing a running Google sheet so the advisors at both middle schools could enter students' questions or comments, and our gentleman here could answer those on a daily basis. So I do want to shout them both out for trying to give a voice to our middle school students. Big thank you.
All right, next we have our superintendent's update.
Diane. Just want to quickly note the district got its results back from CUSAC. Dear Mr. Bing, pursuant to requirements of NJAC 6A30, the South Orange Maplewood School District has undergone the New Jersey Quality Single Accountability Continuum, NJCUSAC review. The Essex County Executive County Superintendent and team conducted a review of the school's district's self-assessment on the District Performance Review, DPR documents to verify the school's district's compliance with all 5 areas of NJCUSAC. Based on that review, the school district has been placed on a continuum in the 5 New Jersey CUSAC areas, which are instruction and programming, fiscal management, governance, operations, and personnel. The completed NJ CUSAC County Office reviews resulted in the district receiving the following placement scores for each area listed below. For the area of instruction and program, 83%. For fiscal management, 100%. Governance, 100%. Operations, 85%. Personnel, 85%. These placement results will be provided to the State Board of Education, which they were provided a week ago. I am pleased to inform you that your district has satisfied at least 80% of the weighted indicators in each of the 5 areas of CUSAC review process and has been designated as high performing. The Commissioner has recommended to the State Board of Education that the district be certified as providing a thorough and efficient system of education for a period of 3 years or until the next New Jersey CUSAC review. Congratulations on this accomplishment. The district will actually be looking at a timeline of our CUSACs over the last 7 to 8 years. We are gathering that information currently, and we'll provide a PowerPoint to the board and to the public within by the new year. So I do want to give a big shout out to everybody involved in the CUSAC review. It is not easy. That is a shout out to our teachers, a shout out to all staff, a shout out to our administrators. To me, this shows the work we are doing is recognized and also shows a sense of teamwork throughout the district. So big congratulations to everybody who participated in this in October, and it's well deserved. Almost it.
Good evening. Dr. Correa and myself are here to give the annual report on our state assessment scores. We are pleased to give you this report. Keith? Okay. Next slide, please, Keith. So we decided to take one slide and a moment just to remind you of some of the things that we talked about last year and the interventions that we were putting into place. First, if you would remember, we created this graphic to kind of focus in on the whole child and how we are looking at our SOMSD student in these few areas that overlap to create and to support our students. So we have culture and climate, intervention and referral services, student opportunities, instruction, and programming. To the right, you'll see what some of the highlights that we did focus on during last year. When you do go to, this will be put on the district website, you can click on each one of them and it'll take you to the exact interventions that we put in place. So our Access and Equity Department really focused in on culture and climate, SEL, our HIBs. Last year, we focused on restorative practices and to ensure that we are promoting schools and environments of belonging. In intervention and referral services, we have taken the past few years, we've really been focusing in on revamping our INRS referral process, thank you, and to make sure that we're consistent across the district. And to make sure that everybody felt truly trained in it, our assistant principals who run it. I have often said that INRS is a game changer and changes practices and truly moves districts and schools forward. So we've really honed in on that. this, again, this is from last year's. Student opportunities, we've established a lot of academic and emotional supports through Tier 2, especially at our high school with Eyes on the Fries and AP Core, were some of the programming that we included last year. And workshop for our freshman workshop classes, which was brand new last year. We're focused in our students who are struggling in 8th grade and kind of giving that transition into high school and giving them some of the supports that hopefully filled in some of the gaps that they might have had. That was for both ELA and math. Instruction in K-5, we launched our Eureka Math, and we piloted our phonics program. We developed to strengthen our Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions. We did many cross-grade level meetings to ensure alignment and consistency, especially at the middle school and high school levels. And programming, we strengthened our academic intervention programming and student support programs to really target the needs of our students. Next slide, Keith. Okay, we are now going to focus on ELA and how all of these interventions and supports that we put in place last year, how they affected our students and our scores with the NJSLA. So ELA, we have made a lot of great strides in ELA, and we continue to move forward and continue to progress. The top left is SOMSD compared to the state. We outscored the state in every grade level. You'll notice a pattern. We kind of highlighted noteworthy data in green and some areas that we're looking at and continue to focus on in kind of a pink or an orangey color. When you look at the change in 4s and 5s, we want our students to score 4s and 5s. That's our aim and our goal always. You can see especially a nice highlight is our 9th grade increased 7.4%, which is huge. We do believe that there's a lot of the interventions that we put in place last year for our freshmen. Can be the result of, it is the result of that. So we're very excited about that.
And an increase in the exceeding expectations was pretty dramatic as well.
Yes.
To 36.9% from 23.5%. So really zeroing in, I believe the workshops really had a lot to do with that, but we'll talk about that as we
continue to go forward. Where we did decrease, it was not a huge amount, but we're keeping our eye on that, and that was in 7th and 8th grade. So some noteworthy statements we can make based on this data. SOMSD exceeded the state average in all areas, and evident increases in the amount of students meeting and exceeding expectations is seen throughout most grade levels. Okay, Keith, next slide, please. Now here we broke down our demographics, and it's over the course of, I know it seems very overwhelming there, but it is over the course of 3 years. We've been taking our data since we had, since COVID, and when we started up with NJSLA. One very noteworthy area to look at would be in our high school. Our Black and Brown students, our Hispanic and Black students have made a significant increase in their scores. We're starting to really see that we are targeting a lot of our subgroups, and it's working. So we're very, very, very excited about that. We are moving in the right direction and need to continue to do that. Next slide, Keith, please. Our math results. Next slide, please, Keith. Okay, so top left-hand corner is looking at the our district compared to the state. We do have some areas that are in pink that we really need to look at and continue to focus on. You can see that all of our elementary schools did exceed the state average. And then when you move over to the next top right, you'll see, again, a lot of our level 5s, which is exceeding expectations, has increased throughout 3rd grade through 8th grade. But there are still some areas that we're going to look at where the orange is. One thing I do really want to focus on, this is information that we got from Linkit, right? So our data warehouse gave us all of these charts, and all of this information we're able to go over the course of 3 years, which we really haven't been able to dig deep into data really ever. And unless we manually did it, and we just didn't get to that, we weren't able to zero in like Linkit would do for us. So one thing that we are starting to really notice when we dove deeper and looked at like our IXL data that we have, we're finding that where we need to focus most in math is grade level 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math, right? So looking at the kids who take the normal math track, right? 6th grade math, 7th grade math, 8th grade math, high school, they go to Algebra 1, then geometry and Algebra 2. If you follow along in this data, you'll see it very clearly that that's when we tease out all of this information, that's where we need to focus our attention on, right? So we'll talk a little bit more about what we're going to do and some of the interventions that we're going to put in place. But that is one of the things that we've so desperately needed, and Linkit is doing that for us, is giving us the data that we need to be able to pinpoint what we need to be doing to make sure that our students are getting everything that they need.
And just to note, the full presentation of Linkit will also be going up, but it's 139 pages. That's how in-depth of data we got. And I mean, it's brilliant. Our supervisors are coming together to really explore it as well. We're having meetings on it. We're very excited to have such detailed data that this is just a very small highlight. So please, if you're a data nerd like myself, please dive in. There's 139 pages for you, but this is just highlighting the particulars. But one of the things that I really loved just by showing this is the difference between those that take Algebra 1 at the high school level and those that take it at the middle school, because it's two different students, right?
Yes.
So we needed to see, normally we would get Algebra 1 is one lump sum, but we could, it would take a while to figure out who was who, but this was just a click and it was there. So it's been so helpful to just have that data, to be really able to zero in.
And you
on
can
targeted
really
interventions.
follow our students this way, especially with the 3-year, 3 years worth of data, right? You can really track our kids to see where they go year after year, and then you can look at grade levels across. So it helps us to really decide what's curricular, what is a particular student maybe, and what we can do to move forward. Next slide, Keith. Again, here we are with our demographics. You will notice again in many areas, our subgroups, we're seeing some nice positive growth, which we are extremely excited about. And we'll continue to look at that. Again, when you start to look at, one of the things we want to do is sort of look at our demographic data and look at our grade level math data from 6th grade on and really kind of correlate that. We'll easily be able to do that with Linkit to see who our kids are, pinpoint them, and then be able to create plans that will support these particular students.
And definitely close the achievement, right? Because by having this data, that's how we can be successful in that.
Exactly. Next slide, Keith, please. Next slide. This is our science results. Again, we are exceeding in our science district comparison to the state, and it looks, that data looks great. What we are noteworthy areas across all grade levels. There's steady increase in all overall performance. We continue to strengthen, support, and consider additional science resources to support our growth. The plus 4.0% change in levels 3 and 4 from 2003 to 2004 in all grade levels combined suggests a positive trend in science proficiency at a higher performance level. One area, though, that next slide, I'm sorry, Keith. This is where we are going to be focusing and looking at our subgroups, right? That is where we know we need to continue to focus when it comes to science. And so the gaps are still significant in science, and we will be working with our science and our STEM supervisors to really zero in on this area. Next, Keith. So, new year, new color, but same graphic, right? We still believe that this is the best way to support our students, and it's overlapping of all of these services and supports. This is now for what are we doing now, 24, 25. In culture and climate, we are continuing to focus on culture and climate, our HIBs, looking at restorative practices and continuing to look at inclusivity and giving environments of belonging. We'll be using our New Jersey Sky data to make improvements and continue in those areas, or continue to improve in those areas. So we have now, I'm sure you know, we've changed our name from INRS to NJTSS because we do believe in our diamond that I'm sure you remember that Dr. Correa created, but really unique to us, where we believe that our students are on this continuum of students of areas of where they need support, but also areas of giftedness and supports in those areas, and that it's fluid. Students can have areas of strength or need in gifted areas, but also needing supports in others. So it's both sides of this diamond. We are continuing to use that and work with our schools on the INRS side of that diamond, but also our gifted and talented side.
And I just want to,
Please.
I just want to add on that not only are we using it for academics, we're really pushing it for behavior,
Yep.
attendance, social emotional. So this way, because I think it all encompasses the student, it's not just the academics, there's other factors that may impact that. So really looking at the student holistically and intentionally through wherever they lie on that learning continuum, right? So everything can impact itself. We're gathering counselors as well as case managers. We're all working together with special education department. I mean, it's really a beautiful thing to see how much unison we've created, but I really feel that we're really in sync now, and I think that we're going to see tremendous gains from that collaboration. And we're going to continue to partner with teachers and just the school counselors at the high school, but we're also bringing what we're trying to do, and we'll talk about that as I transition the conversation into the middle school as a secondary part of the continuum, because, you know, we have the elementary and then we have the secondary, but even creating that true partnership between middle school and high school. So when the kids get to high school, it's not such a huge transition, and the school counselors will only be talking about what they have already heard starting at the middle school level. So I believe even that partnership of articulation through the grades is going to have a tremendous impact on our students' academic achievement, as well as just growth altogether, which is what I want to see, not just academics. I want to see the whole child.
Absolutely. So, and also the special education department, curriculum and instruction, and access and equity have been working together to create automatic interventions. So if a student presents with a certain amount of absences, automatically everybody knows what needs to happen for that particular student. We're also doing that with failing students. Right, at Columbia right now, but again, wanting to move it down to the middle school. So if a student is failing, if they have 1F, this is what will happen no matter what, for any child at any point in time. If there are more, these are the steps that will happen. Automatic interventions are non-negotiable, they happen. Right, so that's what we're working on this year and introducing it into the schools.
And I just want to add, one of the things I love that we're also going to be incorporating, it's not just to support the teachers. Of course, we want to support the teachers, but we also want to help the student. If they're failing, what are the barriers they're facing? What are the challenges? What's keeping them? You know, are they going to the conferences that the teachers are inviting them to? If they're not, why not? If the teacher's willing to do it, why aren't you going, right? So even that accountability piece on the student, but as much as I wouldn't say accountability as much as it's teaching them when there's a problem, when they're having, you know, struggles or stress or something's impacting their academic progress or their well-being, how can they advocate for themselves? How can they reach out, and who do they reach out to, right? Because mental health might require someone else to reach out to. If it's academic, maybe meeting those conference periods. If it's something that's happening at home, maybe family counseling. But really targeting all the factors and helping them realize that they can, empowering the students to also advocate for themselves, because the teachers try to do that and sometimes they just don't show up, right? So really empowering both the teacher and the students for the true advocacy, I think will also, through this collaboration, will have a positive impact.
Yes, absolutely. So, and then in instruction, we are, skipped over student opportunities. We will be expanding academic and emotional supports across all schools with tier 2 interventions. tutoring and counseling. There have been, with our data that we have on the high school especially our ninth graders, we did put a lot of interventions and programming in for our freshmen last year. We're seeing it's working, so we want to replicate that at the middle school level. So that's our goal, is to try to get it at the middle school level because we know it's working, right? We have, so then in instruction, this is year 2 of Eureka Math Squared for our K-5. They have targeted professional development to really continue to build their teaching practice. We also are focusing on our Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions. It is the launch of magnetic reading and iReady, which is our assessment tool for our phonics program in grades K through 3. And we are also implementing iExcel and iReady resources for all students and teachers. We're supporting our data-informed decision-making with Data Warehouse and Linkit, which has been a dream for us. And we're updating and strengthening a middle school math curriculum by selecting new math program for 6 through 8 for 25 and 26. We definitely believe, especially based on this data, that we need to focus in on our grade 6, our grade 7, and our grade 8 math. That would be looking at new programming for them and new curriculum. So really honing in and making sure that we're strengthening those areas so that we're making sure that our students who choose the regular math path, right? This is grade level math is what most kids do throughout the country, are getting the supports and a good program to support their work and get them up to par. We do believe it can happen. We're again using this data, and having this data has been a game changer in being able to really pinpoint what needs to be done. And we do believe that once we start to strengthen our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math, that we will see the changes also at the high school level of the same children who are choosing to take that grade level math path.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then programming, we're going to continue to strengthen our intervention and support programs to add diverse needs to address the diverse needs of our students and subgroups. And we're also getting to a point now where we're starting to see that not as many students need reading intervention, which is what we want, right? Reading intervention should be short periods of time. You don't live there. You go in, you get your intervention for a few weeks, and you leave and continue within the classroom. Our data is showing that many of our students, whether it's NJSLA or our iReady and iExcel, that many of our students are doing really well in ELA and reading. So we'll be transitioning, as this happens, we'll start transitioning some of our reading teachers or reading interventionists into math interventionists, because we definitely do see the need for that. Next slide, Keith.
That's okay. So now we're just going to quickly touch on access. We don't have enough population in the grades to really speak to the data. So just a quick reminder of what access for ML testing is. It's just basically all our ML students. It's a way to provide information on their progress on English language proficiency. So there's 6 proficiency levels, as you see in the chart. We go from entering, emerging, developing, expanding, bridging, and reaching. Once they hit about 4.5, they're able to begin to exit the program, but with support, of course, of our amazing ESL teachers. So we have a very strong program. Next slide, Keith. If you see, we do have a lot of students in development stage, but they're constantly working. We're constantly talking with Dr. Robles. We're constantly talking with our teachers. And I have to say, one of the biggest advocates I've ever met of teachers, and this kudos to the ESL department, they really advocate for their kids. So it's exciting. Every time we have this data results, they know exactly who their kids are. They know exactly what they need. So working with Dr. Robles has been helpful because he communicates with the teachers always and just helps to continue to improve that grasping of the language proficiency. So, but that's all I can really speak to on access. Unfortunately, we don't have enough students in a particular group to give that information. Same thing for dynamic learning maps. This is the DLM. Next slide. Yep. Dynamic learning maps is the assessments that we give for students with significant cognitive disabilities. So they generally do not take the NJSLA. So in place of that, it will be the DLM, and it includes English language arts, math, and science, just like the NJSLA. Next slide. Particularly our groups that are students in our district that take the DLM, our students in our autism, MD or LD programs. Our students also in out-of-district placements may also participate in the DLM. Our DLM aligns with grade levels and the subjects tested. Like I said, the reading, the math, and the science. But again, unfortunately, we do not have enough students that we can release that information for suppression laws. So you won't have them, but our teachers do, and we're constantly working in conversations with the special ed department on how to continue to support our students with the most cognitive needs in our school district, as well as all our special needs students.
So I think that is our presentation. We're very pleased with the direction that we're going in, and we know that we're going to continue in this trajectory. And we are very excited for next year to take our same graphic, bring you the story of this coming year, and show all the improvements that we make. I mean, I will be the first to say that there's been a lot of change in the last few years in programming and where we're focusing and who's doing this work day after day after day are our teachers. And this work could not be done. This is a huge celebration, not only for our students, but also for our teachers and the work that they do, and making sure that they get the opportunity to see this data, because we're going in the right direction, and it's real. I mean, our NJGPA scores from earlier in the year, and this correlate, and they're just showing positive growth in the right direction, and that we know exactly where we need to put our focus to support the students who need that extra little support and help. So
Any questions?
any questions?
So first of all,
Oh, sorry.
sorry,
I didn't see. I can go after you, Will.
Okay.
fine, sure. So first of all, I'm super excited to hear that the Linkit system is already showing results. That's very encouraging. With regard to the students who take the DLM, I was just wondering, is there a level of characterization that you can give us about what that data showed as far as relative progress or not among, elementary, middle, high school? Is there any amount of data you can share with us?
The testing coordinators for the DLM, although I support, but I do know it's personal to the student and their goals. And I'm sure, I don't know if you would want to, Kathy, but that we don't.
We can have.
Yeah, we could have conversations, but we don't really address that as much as we let them tell us what they need because they know best. But it definitely relates to the personal growth of the child, like their IEP and their goals, and it's very directed to that. If that helps. Yeah, it's not generalized, really. It's really personal to the student. Mm-hmm. Good, thank you.
Hi, and Dr. Correa, thank you so much for that presentation. I understand, as you said, we are recalibrating our I&RS services, part of which is, how we decide who gets services. Can you tell me what that looks like what we're changing and what's been the feedback from the instructors so far?
Yeah. So the first thing we did last year was just recalibrate because as you saw in the Dr. Fergus report, everybody was kind of doing their own thing. Everybody had their own forms. So the first thing we did was streamline all forms. All information came to our office and we were able to see by demographics how students were being referred, the grade levels. Then we had conversations with our supervisors. There were particular grades that had a big, achievement gap, if you will, or in that population demographics. Like a big thing we saw was second to third grade. We saw a big shift and we saw, well, K-2 gets academic intervention, third grade, they no longer have it. So maybe that's so we made sure that we spoke to third grade and tried to really zero in as much as we can to improve through the curriculum writing, putting in more lessons that may have differentiation, really speaking to the particular grades. So that was kind of like last year. This year we call it NJTSS because it's the New Jersey tiered system of supports. A student still will be referred, but they could be referred for an action plan for intervention academically, or they could be referred for enrichment. That doesn't necessarily mean a GAP plan, gifted action plan. That just means I see some green flags. I think that they might be able to handle more enrichment, and we create an enrichment plan. We also have data now. So we have Naglieri, which is our data that tests general abilities, right? Cognitive thinking, logic thinking. We also have iExcel, that it's an adaptive program, as well as iReady, that meets the students where they are. So they start at the grade level, but if the student is struggling with some prerequisites, it automatically brings down the level of work, and it addresses those prerequisites until it finds that space where the student is. So now we actually know if there's a third grader in a first grade level of particularly, say, reading, we know right away, okay, 2 grades below, we're calling an academic interventionist, we need intensive intervention, we gotta get on it. If it's 1 grade below, we try to attack it through our own small groups, right? Through our own interventions, the teacher within the classroom. So really zeroing in on what exactly is the need is being provided to us by classroom teachers, of course, iReady, iExcel, which are adaptive learning platforms, as well as Naglieri. And of course, a parent can also send in a letter of recommendation or referral to the NJTSS committee. You do not have to wait for a teacher to recommend the student to be processed. So that's how it's just a streamlined process, and there's more interventions provided. We're making sure that the teams, sometimes it was like, okay, who wants to volunteer? Or some people were being voluntold, right? Like, as they say. But we tried to say, no, we need a special ed teacher on the team. We need an academic interventionist on the team. We need a general education teacher on the team. So even making sure that the team is full of different experts to really provide the interventions are holistic, and it's not just, we also have our social worker to make sure that mental health is being considered. Oftentimes we have twice exceptional students that may struggle because they're both gifted but also have an IEP, and that can be very difficult. So providing support for students that are in that situation to the teachers through our academic coaches. Our academic coaches have been just amazing to really go in there, do cycles of interventions with the teachers, provide different guidelines, charts, whatever it is that the student may need, and that can support the teacher to be able to provide that for the student. So I just think that in that collaboration, Bill, I hope that answered your question. We're just zeroing in and being super intentional, and the process is making sure the process is the same throughout all SOMSD.
No, thank you. I really do appreciate that. And, and with the instructors, are they, are they being surveyed on, how they feel these changes are being effective?
Not currently, but that is in our plans to survey the administrators and to survey the teachers as well. Since the plan is new, the NJTSS framework is new right now, it's kind of hard to survey them now, but I do want to do that at the end of the year, because I always appreciate feedback, and I believe it's a live document. I tell the administrators all the time, this is live, we can update it at any time, because we need to be just as alive as the kids in our classrooms, right? Because things shift, missions shift, visions shift. So definitely, we always talk about, like, at the end of the year, really having kind of like focus groups to see how we can improve. Already, we've created a focus group at the high school level with our school counselors, and they have been able to share so much with us on how the process is different at the high school level than it would be at the elementary level. So being intentional that the high school has to look different because the kids are different and the expectations are different. So already just having that beginning of the communication, we've already started to improve the forms from even last year for this year on just that feedback. But yes, the continuation of feedback will always be welcomed.
Yeah,
And
no, definitely. And I was just going to say, and I understand that change is hard. I just, I just hope that we are, surveying the boots on the ground, and when the rubber meets the road, how is it going? So yeah,
Absolutely.
no, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And like I always say again and again and again, when I was at Clinton School and we were principal and we were a focus school, we got out because of our INRS. And I will stand behind that every single time. INRS targeted intervention on our students is a game changer. And once we can get this really solid, we will see changes in our students individually. And I will say that over and over again, that was I think at Clinton was the game changer and what made us come out of focus within a very short period of time. So we are really zeroing in and focusing. And also, a few weeks ago, Dr. Correa did a presentation on NJTSS in our district, and it will be recorded and put up. So if you missed it, and everybody, if there are questions about it, watching that video will be quite helpful, and I think we'll answer a lot of the questions.
I welcome questions. It's my passion project. I really believe in helping support the whole student. I think the collaboration between mental health professionals, academic interventionists, coaches, really the whole system really coming together to wrap around services around our students, I think is what's really going to make a difference.
Sorry, thank you so much for that presentation. And I quickly raised my hand because it's sort of piggybacking off of what Bill was asking, but what are all the measurements that are used to identify a student who does need academic intervention? I know when I was taking notes, you had mentioned iReady and NJSLA. Are we solely relying on these test scores to identify students? And then also, what is the family engagement piece of this?
So I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I think the main thing is we're looking at the whole student. So it's the whole student is not just academics, right? So the iReady, the iExcel, that can give us academic information, but we also rely on the teachers. If they're seeing that a student is struggling, to bring that to the team. And really what it is a group of peers coming together to brainstorm ideas. Right? We have all these great teachers and different people in our building who are there to support students. And teaching can be really isolating. You're in there all day long by yourself. Many of our teachers are. So the idea is to say, hey, I have this student and I don't know, I might not be quite reaching them in this particular way, or I'm noticing that they're, they just seem really sad all the time, or they're not coming to school, or I keep asking them to come in for conference period. We work on it. I think they have it. And then they take the test and it just doesn't seem to be working. So the whole idea is to be a think tank for the most part and create a plan that is data driven, right? Whether it is, it could be a behavioral plan that we're following and they use the data collected from a behavior plan to say success. It could be something like that. It could be an academic situation where a student is struggling with some particular piece. It doesn't even have to be like they're struggling with reading in general. We really zero in on what are the big game changers for them. We start there and we target that as a goal. And we put in some 1, 2 different things that a teacher could do a little bit differently or change a practice or hadn't thought of reaching them in this way. And they try it for 6 weeks and then we come back and we see how it's going and we keep collecting this data. So it could be iReady, it could be iExcel, it could be anecdotal notes. Parents are invited to these. We welcome parents to come to these meetings because they bring a totally different perspective, right, to the ball game. And I think if we don't have that perspective, we're losing such a big piece of this particular child. So they're always invited to come. We try really hard to make it comfortable because it can be intimidating for a parent to come in with a team of experts in their field talking about their student, but usually everybody feels pretty comfortable and you leave with a plan. Mm-hmm. You leave with a plan that's not overwhelming. You start with your first thing that is like, what is the one thing that you think if we can tackle this particular weakness, how is it going to change? It might make a huge change in their way of learning or being in school or doing school, right? And then we tackle that. We come back after 6 weeks, we review it. And then if everything's going, we keep doing that intervention, or the goal is also to make our kids as independent as possible. We might have a plan to start removing some of the maybe one-on-one supports, right? We're trying to build our kids to be independent. That's the biggest thing we can do for our kids. So eventually create that plan to start pulling back some of those supports so that they're thriving on their own, but not pull it out completely. And then you go to the next, if there's something else that we want to, okay, we're going to tackle this one and we're going to use 1 or 2 different interventions or different ways of tackling this, the student who might be struggling. And we work on that and it could be another 6 weeks. There's also times when we're not seeing the progress that we'd like to see, and we might bring in the child study team. And at that point, part of our plan is also that a case manager in your building would come to the meeting and hear everything and give us guidance on what to do. So it's a really collaborative.
And then just as you're talking, I was just thinking of one other thing, and it goes back to, you know, how we're collecting information and feedback from teachers and so on. But is there also a plan for classroom observation from the C&I department to go into classrooms and kind of see this work at play and have those, you know, direct?
It would probably be more in the building level, where principals might go in. The assistant principal runs the NJTSS team, and they lead all of these meetings, and they know what the plans will be and the action plans are for each student. So yes, they will. I mean, they should be going into classrooms all the time anyway. For us as central office people, we like to visit and we'll just go in and see things, but we're not going to look at individual plans from a C&I department, but at building levels, absolutely.
Yeah, and there's a lot, I mean, our academic coaches, our instructional coaches, they are part of the NJTSS in every committee. It's kind of hard for us, like, or even if administrators come into a classroom, I worry about that a little bit because, you know, I don't want the teacher to feel it's a punitive measure. So by having that instructional coach come in as a true, genuine colleague, help support, they were there to create the plan. Now they're going to create the support of the plan, I think has been just what really has been so successful. But we definitely have look-fors. We're going to be walking around with Mr. Bing and doing the look-fors for the IXL implementation, I Am Ready implementation. But I think it's more than that. I think it's deep conversations, colleague to colleague. Case managers are people on the NJTSS committee. So if I become the case manager of a particular student, I will follow up with that teacher. How's it going? I'm not going to wait 6 to 8 weeks. What if it didn't work? So after 2 weeks, there should be like a touch base, like, hey, how's it going? Are those interventions good? If not, let's talk about it, because I don't want you wasting 6 to 8 weeks if it's not helping the student. So we do have multiple measures that there's a big referral form. Often teachers and staff, we don't like it because it's a lot of information, but it's important. We have qualitative and quantitative. Formative, there's 2 types of assessments, formative assessments and summative assessments, right? So your formative are your exit tickets, your classroom instruction on the spot, taking the pulse of the student right in the middle of the action. And then we do have different levels of quantitative assessment, which is NGSLA is your standards-based assessment. That's the standards of that grade. IXL is where the student is. So they might be sitting in a 5th grade class, but they're at a 3rd grade reading level. Naglieri is talking about logic and general abilities, how they think. It has nothing to do with the grade or anything. It's a nonverbal assessment. So all those give different points. Although they are tests, they give different information. So we use that. That kind of gives a more well-rounded look at the child, as well as teacher recommendation. And like in special ed, there's child find. Anybody could refer a student to NJTSS. I hope that answers your question. Great.
Thank you. That was really helpful. And I feel like board member Whitletter and Gifford kind of got at the zoomed in version, which I had questions for. So I'm going to zoom a little bit back out because I think we kind of got some clarity on what's happening in the classrooms, some coaching and training. Curious if we zoom kind of back out on students receiving tier 2, tier 3 support, what kind of metrics or indicators will we look at kind of across the district to say, what is our progress? How are we showing alignment between the interventions we're providing and student outcomes at like a district level in terms of maybe rate of successful exit from tier 2, tier 3 supports back to tier 1, and then kind of what a plan for how do we analyze disaggregated data to ensure that we have equitable access to tier 2, tier 3 supports across all demographics based on existing data that we do have over
time. So I do have a district NJTSS team as well. So we're going to get together. So now as NJTSS is unraveling, and it's actually happening now. It's usually the first marking period we start to see patterns towards this. So like I said, I have all my coaches are in my district, so they are all in the field and they come back and relay information. All the action plans are controlled by our office, so we can see every action plan at any time of any student. And as the action plan is being collected, it's also creating demographics on the spot, a grade level, a subgroup of any kind, IEP, 504, target, I mean, everything. So as a teacher's filling it out on a Google form, I created a spreadsheet that automatically makes graphs for me. So I can see it by school and look for patterns or particular grades like we discovered last year with that 2nd, 3rd grade transition. So when we come together, my goal is to ask these questions, to really look, okay, let's look now at as a school, right? By school, by elementary and secondary. Are there connections from elementary that we can do to help support middle school? Or anything we could do in middle school to support the high school? Because change takes years, but we need to start seeing it from the beginning. We can't put Band-Aids at the end. So we need to start seeing from a systematic approach how that's really kind of playing out. So yes, the thing is having that NJTSS district committee, I think is going to be huge for us, because then we can look at it as a district, and particularly, although it's every school, but still, is it second to third grade in every school? Then that's something we need to talk about curriculum, right?
But also, and then also share interventions, right? Like that is a huge piece. That's why we put our coaches in every single team has a coach on their team, because they're the ones who are traveling throughout the district. They can say, hey, you know what they're doing over here is really, really working. Let's make sure that we're incorporating it into the interventions over here. So we're looking at the data to find any kind of trends that are working, and then we can say, hey, what's happening here? What are you doing? And making sure that we have those conversations with all the schools.
And our admin are being trained in all the
Yes.
data as well.
Yes.
So that they can have an eye on it as well.
And then just to build on that, what does that look like at the preschool level? What's the process? Is it different? Does it remain the same? Is it
So we
through,
actually,
like, I'm just thinking, especially at our partner sites.
yes.
What is that?
Yeah. So we have just, our preschool is now under CNI. It was not for many years. It was under special education. So we have been meeting with Leroy and learning a lot. This is for us is, brand new for us. So we're learning their process of what they have, because we want to understand, especially at a preschool level, just like the high school is so different, and we have to kind of figure out ways to do that. We want to do that with the preschool and be very intentional about what we're doing. We are finding, as we start to see some of the, just the transition into our kindergarten, what are some of the things that we're noticing? And we are seeing things like, sometimes maybe we're having kids sit too long I mean, these are real things that happen our kindergartners, our 5-year-olds have been on this earth for 5 years. Sometimes our expectations might be too much. So we're starting to really look at that data to find out what we can do, what we can learn from preschool to maybe carry over some of those interventions or practices into kindergarten, especially to make it an easier transition in. What is expected of a 5-year-old these days
This would be a lot.
pretty high. And I think what we need to do is see how we can then look at our kindergarten curriculum, look at our schedule, and how we can break it up, do some purposeful play where you're taking a lot of these standards and strategies and putting it into a purposeful way of kids to have choice and play and learn through those areas. So we're really taking a nice deep dive in that, and now having Mr. Johnson, who's our preschool director, part of our team, we can now start to learn from him and see what they're doing, because it is a huge change from what they're doing in their preschools right now and into our kindergarten. We have to make that a little bit of a better transition.
And they also have creative curriculum, which provides a lot of data. So I told
Yes.
Leroy that as they're, again, it's beginning to the data collection part of the year, and I want to dive into that with him, because that really can speak to the age and the development where the student lies. And all our partner sites use the same curriculum, so that'll kind of help streamline the partner sites with our actual preschool. And then additionally, we've included our, like we were doing SEL lessons for the Department of Access and Equity, and we made sure we did it at the preschool level as well. So this way they're included, because SEL is such a huge component from the transition from a preschool to kindergarten. So yes, we are definitely bringing them on.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
So I like the fact that you've broken down the Algebra 1 by middle school and high school. So that's, it gives you a good indication of how people are doing. But what I find a problem is that the Algebra 1 high school, only 14% are at 4 and 5. That means 86% are below and meets expectations.
Right.
And what I suspect is if you take the same population back and go back to 3rd and 4th and 5th grade, they're the same people who are part of the 30% who don't make it to 4 and 5. So as you put your interventions in place, over the next few years, you should see that number go up.
Absolutely.
Because if that
Right.
doesn't
Keep in
budge,
mind, they
then
didn't
the
have a new
interventions are not
curriculum.
happening
Mhm.
correctly.
Yeah, if you trace them back, they didn't have the new curriculum of math, right?
But
And so like
correct.
with all these
So-
improvements, yeah, through the
So I
years.
think it's good that we have it broken down,
Mhm.
and I think I would pay attention to the Algebra 1 high school, because Algebra 1 middle school means people are already motivated.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, they already want to do more than what they
Absolutely.
are going by
Yep.
default.
Yep.
So high school Algebra 1, 14% is like terrible. So I think we
So,
need to do
but that's where we're seeing that data, right? So now with this information, we are able to see who these students are. They're the students who are taking 6th grade math, 7th grade math, 8th grade math. Their next class in high school is Algebra 1, right? So that's this core group. So we truly believe we focus in on grade level 6, grade level 7, grade level 8 math, their curriculum, and getting a new program for them. It's their turn, right? We got K-5 going. Now we need to focus in on this 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math. We will start to see those numbers continue to grow, right? And so that's by pulling out and really dissecting this data, we now feel pretty confident that if we put our heart and souls into this area, we're going to start to see year after year a nice progress, and you'll see that number will increase. But it's the same kids that take that grade level pathway.
But thank you. No, but we are definitely keeping an eye on that. And what's nice,
Absolutely.
if, Linkit also gives us data by grade. So it gives us 6th grade in 2021, 2022, 6th grade, 6th grade, 6th grade. Like, and then it also gives us those 6th grade and 7th and 8th in
And like
Algebra
cohort.
1 as a cohort. So having those two separate, we could look at the course and we look at the student progression. So having both sets of data broken down like that for us is really helpful.
Do you track by student? I mean,
By-
obviously, you're not going to publish that to the outside world. By student. One kid joins in kindergarten,
Oh.
and the kid is in 12th
can
grade.
see
When we can see
An
all
entire
of that.
lifetime.
I'm just gonna say we
Entry
can see
date
everything.
into the district.
Yep.
I mean, that is what Linkit does for us. We can come up with the craziest scenario and talk to our rep, and they spit it
Like
out
this.
to us, and we're like, oh, and we
It's
just-
AI,
It's amazing. It truly is. It's a game changer
but
for
we are
us.
keeping an eye on all of that. Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely.
This is just a statement, because I know we need to probably move on, but I just want to give just a little bit of attention to the STEM and sciences. That's our weakest link, and I'm glad that a presentation said that you'll work on trying to strengthen that area and consider some additional resources. So my ask is just, as we're going into budgeting and looking at the next school year, figuring out how much money needs to be allocated to the sciences and STEM, and maybe doing what we did with the ELA, where we're looking before 5th grade, looking at primary and what more could be done there to support the higher grades. So thank you for tracking this, and thanks for the support.
Yes, and we really believe in that systematic change. It's not just fixing at the top. It's really
Right.
beginning from the beginning.
For sure. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Our next presentation is a continuation of our October board meeting. As you recall, we had the presentation of our special services audit. We're going to talk about next steps. Well, we're not going to talk about next steps. We're going to talk about a productive path forward. Okay. Like that name.
Which includes next steps.
Yes. I'm going to turn it over to Kathleen.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. The first thing, next slide, please. The first thing that we wanted to focus on was selecting and developing a special services vision that really recognized the strength of our students, our commitment, and highlight to providing inclusive environments for our students, and focusing on the all-important end goal for all students, which is producing contributing members of society, positively contributing members of society. So with that said, we selected the vision, the school district of South Orange and Maplewood recognizes that every student has unique and individual strengths and needs. We are committed, and I thought that this really was great to piggyback off of the whole child focus that we just heard about from CNI. We're committed to providing inclusive programs that meet the academic, physical, social, behavioral, and emotional needs of every student so that each student has equal opportunities. So there's that inclusion and access and equity there too, to succeed and become contributing members of society. Next slide. Of course, underneath that, we have our mission of making sure that all students are receiving individualized services and providing that inclusive environment and limitless potentials, which is a wonderful mission to have. At the core of that, our values can be encompassed, we felt, in 3 statements: fostering student independence, providing that inclusion, not just in feeling welcomed and respected and supported, but also being in that most inclusive environment with which you can still be successful with special education supports. And of course, collaboration. I have loved the collaboration that I have felt in this whole community. It's only been 2.5 months, but I've loved the collaboration with the CPAC and all of the stakeholders, CNI and Access and Equity. So we believe strongly that that homeschool connection is integral to our success, and that collaboration and thorough communication with families is essential. Next slide. And I wanted to go over our supervisor structure for a couple of minutes. We have Sue Ellis, who has been with us for many, many years. She is responsible for supervising special education at Clinton, South Mountain and the Annex, Montrose Early Learning Center, 8 outside preschool providers, and SOMS. She's also responsible for our extended school year program, or supervising our extended school year program, and the district dynamic learning map. So as you guys were talking about the, Mr. Meyer, the specific data from the DLM testing, I think we should probably make that a part of our special ed committee and go over those results. They are, as Dr. Correa said, very specialized and individualized, but we can still see some trends and celebrate those successes. So I think we should definitely go over that in detail. And she's also responsible for III in the sense of when students move in and there are special education needs, she makes sure that that is at the forefront and that those needs are met within the context of III. We've welcomed Christina Puntineri. Just before I started, I believe she started in the beginning of July or middle of July. She is responsible for Delia Bolden, Marshall, Seth Boyden, Tuscan, MMS, all of our district paraprofessionals, and the communication and collaboration with ESS, the company that employs them, and our summer child study team, preschool through 8th grade. We have also just welcomed, in between Christina and myself, or just after me, Tim Franklin. And while he only has responsibility for 1 school, as opposed to the other 2 who have many schools, we all know that Columbia High School is our largest school and very time-consuming. So we didn't want to give him more than that. And he's also responsible for all of our district-related services, all of our non-CST social workers, effective school solutions at, not to be confused with the SS, at the high school, and all contracted providers and the summer child study team at the high school. So it's fantastic to have 3 supervisors. They are committed, they are dedicated, they are absolutely fantastic. Next slide. I wanted to take some time to go over the collaborative monitoring report and really the corrective action plan that is the product of the federal audit. So the good news is, and I'll get into it in a couple more slides, my wonderful meeting with our DOE monitor, I felt like coming into this position, what better way to start than to just reach out to Jennifer Spear, who is our DOE monitor, and just say, listen, I'm new. I want to gain some understanding and some insight. I want to make good. We want to make good as a district on all of the things that we need to work on. She was thrilled to come out, and we'll talk more about that. But I wanted to go over the monitoring report, and so basically, there were 9 areas that were cited, and it focuses very much so on paperwork. It's not coming into our classrooms. It's not seeing our fantastic teachers and our awesome programs. It's really more about paperwork. So there were 9 areas cited, and the good news is that we have already received full compliance in 5 of those 9 areas. So we are already more than halfway there. There are 4 that still need work, and we will go over those. And Ms. Spear started out by saying that she was never in the belief, no one at the DOE was ever in the belief that the 4 things we have to work on weren't actually happening. It was just that we couldn't produce the proof in the paperwork and the compliance end of things to prove that it was happening. So the first thing that we do still have to work on, and it's only for outstanding for speech-only students. So there's your globally classified students with a classification, and then you have speech-only students. So those students only receive speech services. So for just speech-only students, the proof of parental notification for identification, eligibility, the meetings that we have as a child study team, that was outstanding. Not the fact that the meeting happened, just the proof that the parents were notified in a timely manner that they were being invited to a meeting. Second, the parents, again, of only speech students, speech-only students, after an IEP meeting has happened, you've got your draft IEP, you've got your draft documents, the parents usually leave with those. But within 15 days following the meeting, they should receive a shiny packet in the mail that is the finalized document. Again, not that that wasn't happening for speech-only students, but we couldn't prove that with documentation. Next slide. And then, again, for only speech-only students, when a student is referred for speech-only or even for a general classification or a global CST evaluation, there needs to be an educational impact statement from the classroom teacher. And again, not that this wasn't happening, but it wasn't reflected in the paperwork. It wasn't reflected in the documents that were reviewed at the time. So I actually have brought over a document that I used in Elmwood Park. We struggled with that as well. So I brought that document over, and we're currently looking at it as a mechanism to fix that very quickly. And again, not that it wasn't happening already. Then another part of and this is for all classified students, this was the only area that was for all classified students still outstanding, a completion of functional assessment components. So that means that there's a classroom observation when an initial evaluation is requested or referred, a classroom observation, teacher and parent interviews, a documentation, and this speaks to the MTSS process, the interventions, the prior interventions that were put in place before that referral happened. Next slide. And the next couple of slides are all of the things that we have already made good on, that we've already received full compliance from the state on. And that was the consistent reevaluations conducted within 3 years. Again, just the paperwork regarding that, not that they didn't actually happen. Written notice of graduation and a summary of academic achievement and functional performance prior to exiting. Next slide. And then ensuring, when you have an IEP team meeting, there are certain members that have to be present. And if you are excusing members, it's absolutely fine as long as all the parties are in agreement and that there's documentation of the parents agreeing and consenting to the fact that those members won't be there. So ensuring that all of that paperwork for identification meetings, eligibility meetings, and annual reviews and reevaluation meetings, again, we're good on that, but at first it was an area of concern. And then parental consent being obtained and maintained in the student files prior to conducting initial assessments. Again, all good there. And then the last area that, again, we are clean bill of health on is the proper IEP documentation of students that are, there's a percentage that they are in, interaction with their general education peers and then not in interaction with their general education peers. And we needed to provide proof that when students were removed from the general education setting for more than 20% of the day, that we made all those efforts to return them to a lesser restrictive environment. And of course, again, we were doing that. We just needed to produce the paperwork that proved that. Next slide. So that is the monitoring in a nutshell from the state. Then we had our independent review. So Patrick Kenoy came in last month and presented on that, so I won't go into a whole lot of detail, but just to summarize kind of the crosswalk between the two, his report concurred with the collaborative monitoring report in the federal audit regarding paperwork and compliance. He also had more of a focus on the paraprofessional assignment criteria and fading, which I absolutely agree with. The professional development in writing measurable and actionable SMART goals and objectives. The maintenance, he focused more on the maintenance of electronic files. The state will always focus more on paper files. So they will go into the big file room on the 3rd floor and mull through all that paperwork. He, and rightfully so, felt that we also needed to have just as much maintenance of our electronic files, which is absolutely true. And then lastly, he focused a lot more on that least restrictive environment in our programming. Next slide. So our goals that I'll go over in a few more slides for 2024 and really beyond, they focus on a melding of the two reviews and profiles. But really what we have to do is make good on the remaining 4 items with the state. That is a non-negotiable, and we have to invite Jennifer Spear back in to show her that those all 9 items are good to go. So again, as I said, I met with her on October 30th. We reviewed the 4 outstanding items, and it was, I invited the 3 supervisors in with me, which she thought was fantastic. We had a wonderful, wonderful meeting. I have to admit I was nervous, but we had a wonderful meeting. It was really great. So again, those 4 items, meeting notification and documentation within 15 days for speech-only students, completion of academic, or rather educational impact statements for speech-only students, and the record of the functional assessments. So she basically said that when we feel we're ready, and I don't see that right after the holiday we wouldn't be, she'll come back in, she'll look at 5 to 10 samples, and she has absolutely no doubt that we will be getting a full bill of health there and full compliance in all 9 items. And I also thought that it would be a great time to share our progress on our standard operating procedure, which is part of the goals, the district goals, and my department's goals, the special education standard operating procedure, get her thoughts on that. I thought that that would be wonderful, and she was very open to that and excited about it. Probably the most exciting bullet point on this slide is that she also offered to join us in December 10th, to provide specific professional development to our child study teams on the areas of paperwork compliance and best practices in effective IEP writing. And I don't think you can get better professional development than from the state monitor, the DOE monitor, and she was very excited to come in. And a side note, it's completely free. Her services we've already paid for in all of our taxes. So she will be coming in December, and we're really excited about that. And then she'll be coming back in January. And she offered to come back toward the end of the year. Any more professional development that we might need, she'd be more than happy to provide. Next slide. Okay, so following the independent audit presentation in October from Mr. Kenoy, we issued a district survey, and 31 parents responded, or 31 stakeholders. And we really wanted to make sure that it was an opportunity to respond, not in a quantitative way, but in a more qualitative way. It was a narrative format, with our questions, and we really wanted everyone to, share their thoughts on the audit and the results. So I can't, because it's qualitative and not quantitative, I can't produce, pie charts and all of that fun stuff and graphs, but I can talk about some common themes. And common themes, unfortunately, there was a survey that was done as a part of that independent audit, but it didn't seem like it reached everyone. A number of parents of the 31 that responded said that they weren't aware, they didn't know where to find it. So there were only 343 parents that responded to the 21 questions that were issued. So that's unfortunate, but of those who responded, there were definite concerns about the paraprofessional plan, and I can completely all of the concerns I can understand. They were worried about the paraprofessional plan. What is it exactly going to look like? How is this happening? And I'll speak to that later in our goals. They definitely spoke to a desire to develop programs that keep students in district, which is just wonderful to hear. We want nothing more than to keep our students at home. Interestingly enough, we're approving an ERI teacher tonight, which will be an addition of a classroom at Seth Boyden. Not that it's not open to all students, of course, across the district that could be in need of an emotional regulation impairment classroom, but there will be at Seth Boyden, and I'm so excited about that. There were questions about compliance and paperwork, how do we do better in the future, concerns regarding reevaluation and potential declassification, because one of those things that, was noted by the state, and it really was more so about the paperwork and not the actual action of a reevaluation. But a lot of times parents are concerned when they're entering the reevaluation process that their child might be declassified. And then what? What supports are in place? But luckily, our collaboration with the CNI department can assure parents that, there is absolutely no lapse in service. Your children are still very well supported. And it's really a celebration at a declassification meeting. You've met your goals and objectives. Yes, you might still need support, but not in the realm of special education, which is fantastic. That's where we want to be. And the most important part is that all of these questions, were answered personally via email. The parents shared their email addresses. We were able to reach back out to them. Many of them responded thanking us for our personalized responses. And it really was a wonderful survey to conduct. Next slide. So that brings us to our department goals. And many of these, if not all of them, are multi-year goals. But we'll talk about 24, 25. So in a nutshell, the 4 things we want to focus on, born out of the both audits: professional development, paraprofessional criteria and fading, least restrictive environment, and standard operating procedures. The one thing that I can say with certainty in the last 2.5 months is not that we don't have systems and processes and procedures in place. We just need to fine tune them. We need to standardize them, and we need to all be on the same page. So that's where those goals come from. Next slide. So in the realm of professional development, we recently conducted a survey just over the last couple of weeks. I think it ended on the 15th. It was a teacher survey that was conducted. We had 107 responses. And again, I wanted it to be qualitative and not quantitative. And, I loved reading everything that the teachers had to share. And again, the commonalities in what they feel they need professional development in are the curriculum, resources, platforms, and programs. And those span from general education to special education. And I'll work with CNI to make sure that we provide that professional development. And much of that is already planned, really. The second thing was inclusion and the co-teaching model. Our teachers are so very dedicated to providing that inclusive environment, but they need help in how that is best to look. So they would like professional development there. The third, I would say, biggest expressed need was classroom management and difficult behaviors. We're really, really seeing, particularly at the lower grades, as Mrs. Bodner, discussed, that transition from preschool into kindergarten is a tough one. And we definitely need to support our teachers with classroom management and difficult behaviors. Vertical articulation in all areas, really, especially from building to building, when students are moving from whether it's preschool into kindergarten, going into the middle school, going into the high school. Effective use, I thought this was interesting. Effective use of paraprofessionals. They want to, teachers want to know, how are paraprofessionals best used in my classroom? What's the most effective use of them? So that's fantastic. Our specific offerings for related services, and I've seen this as a common theme in other districts I've worked in as well. we really do focus our professional development opportunities, both inside and outside, on teaching. And related services often, fall by the wayside. So we definitely need to have a focus on providing specific things for related services. And we're actually conducting a separate survey just for related services to ascertain what they feel they would, most benefit from. Best practices in writing goals and objectives, which we're covering with Ms. Spears coming in from the DOE. And then accommodations and modifications in the general education classroom. So if we are to provide this least restrictive environment that we strive to and this inclusive environment, when a student receives support, say, in ELA and math, and then they go to a general education classroom for science and social studies, that teacher should feel absolutely confident and secure in providing those accommodations and modifications. So cross-training, that special education teacher involvement within the general education professional development so that they feel comfortable implementing those accommodations and modifications. Okay, next slide. And continuing with professional development, some professional development for the child study team has already occurred. So on September 3rd, they received compliance and paperwork maintenance training. That was the actual paper file type training. And then on November 5th, they received training on the frontline platform, so more of the electronic documentation. On December 10th, Jennifer Spear is coming to train us on compliance and best practices in IEP writing, so that'll be fantastic. And I had actually written this slide before I was able to get to the professional development survey results from the teachers. So I was happy to see that what I see in talking to teachers and going into the buildings is that need for best practices and inclusion and general education and in-class resource support teachers being involved in professional development so that they are, I always say the best classroom or the best co-teaching model is when I, as an observer or a visitor, walk into a classroom and I have absolutely no idea who the general education teacher is, who the special education teacher is. I have no idea, who the special education students and general education students are. It should be completely cohesive. Classroom management and positive behavior supports, already had that on my list. I would love, and I know that I think CPAC actually may have had Ross Green present, I think, to parents. But Ross Green is one of my absolute favorite authors, Lost in School, favorite book. He has a company called Lives in Balance, and he comes in and does, his process is called CPS, Collaborative Proactive Solutions. So it's all about being proactive. It's all about developing that rapport with your students so that when behaviors happen, as in Handle with Care, you can be that solid object and that support for the students. I would love to find a way. I'm going to have to search all of our grant opportunities and figure out a way to, because it isn't cheap. So hopefully we can get him in. And then Mr. Bing and I have scheduled meetings with special education staff. We plan to have those every 45 days. And we had our kickoff meeting last week on November 12th. So just checking in and making sure that we're meeting everyone's needs and hearing everyone's concerns and successes. Next slide. On to paraprofessional criterion fading. And I want to start out by saying that this is a completely collaborative process with all of our stakeholders, the entire team. So the parents are involved from the very, very beginning of even talking about paraprofessional criteria, and certainly a part of the fading. So the first step, I'm a firm believer that you can't manage what you're not measuring, right? So if you don't know why a paraprofessional was assigned, obviously there are needs, but if we don't know exactly why a paraprofessional was assigned, it's very difficult to show progress and to show success, and then to eventually foster independence and fade that support away. So we started out by creating a tracking document that identifies paraprofessionals, of course, throughout the buildings, what their assignments are, and the case managers have been trained in using a criteria document that basically discerns the purpose for the paraprofessional. We discussed, how they will come up with very specific goals and objectives for the assignment of that paraprofessional. There's many different reasons, and the data that they'll take to show progress or lack thereof. So there are many different reasons why paraprofessionals are assigned. It could be executive functioning skills, maximizing time on task. It could be because of behaviors. Then within behaviors, it could be elopement, it could be aggression, it could be a number of things. So whatever those things are particular to that student, that document needs to reflect that. How are we collecting the data? The BCBAs are on staff to train our staff on how to collect that data in the most effective way. One of the most important things is that we don't establish criteria and goals and objectives. It actually needs to be revisited much more often than the annual review of an IEP. So we establish the reason for the paraprofessional, the criteria, the goals and objectives. Every 3 months, we need to revisit that. And the parents are included in that conversation. And it doesn't have to be a full IEP team meeting. It can be a phone call. It can be a check-in, a going over of data, and then monitoring and updating that tracking document. And Christina specifically, as she oversees the paraprofessionals, she will be meeting with the building admins and going over, okay, we've been able to decrease support here. This leaves a person, okay, we have a need over in another building, so we'll move them over there, and in constant collaboration with the building admin. And we actually, from ESS, have a person boots on the ground in the district here 5 days a week, Gloria. And she's fantastic. And she's our point person and a person that we'll collaborate with daily. Next slide. And the next thing we wanted to talk about is least restrictive environment. Of course, we want to ensure that our classified students are in the most inclusive environment and with their general education peers as much of the time, while providing them with the support that they need. I want to make it clear that students, while in-class resource support is certainly the least restrictive environment while still receiving special education services, that doesn't mean that we are in any way disbanding our self-contained programs. The students who need that support, of course, will still receive that support. And we want to have a high consideration of the rigor of instruction at all levels. So an example of that, for instance, at elementary, you may have in-class resource support and pull-out resource for ELA and math, our core subjects, but then a general education placement, as we talked about before, a general education placement for science and social studies, where the general education teacher is supported in how to and trained in how to accomplish the accommodations and modifications that pertain to them. Then in middle school, we recognize that the material is getting more difficult. So we'll provide an in-class resource support and pull-out resource setting for ELA and math, and an in-class resource support setting for science and social studies as well. I'm a firm believer that by taking away the content area specialist in that team teaching approach and pulling a student out into a pull-out resource setting outside of their general education peers and without that expertise of the content area specialist, we're actually doing them a disservice. So that's our thought there. And then going into high school, of course, there's increased rigor, in-class resource support, pull-out resource for all subjects, ELA, math, science, and history. So that's kind of a glimpse into our thoughts on least restrictive environment. And the next slide. And as I said, I wanted to put some timelines and thoughts into the standard operating procedures review and development. Again, not that we don't have procedures in place, but just kind of fine-tuning it, polishing it, and making sure that everyone's on the same page. So as I said, our special education standard operating procedure, it's in our district goals to be completed by June 2025, with progress check-ins in December and March. Our Section 504 plan, SOP, again, I think every building has kind of their own way of doing things. So we're just going to gel that together. I'll be meeting with the assistant principals to accomplish that. We're hoping to have that complete in February of 2025 with progress check-ins the first this month and then again in January. We'd like to fine tune our home instruction procedure. We had some issues with that in the beginning of the year. They are definitely squared away, but we want to make sure that there are no issues moving forward. So an SOP for home instruction due March 2025 with check-ins in December and February. And our McKinney-Vento process, and as I'm the homeless liaison, just kind of, working with registration, access, and equity to fine tune that standard operating procedure. And we hope to have that complete by April 2025 with progress check-ins in January and in March. So it'll be a very busy spring for special services. And I hope to have an opportunity to present on all that we've accomplished this year at the end of this year and have some real successes to report. And that is the end. Next slide. Just thank you for your support. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
So this is something I have, maybe you can help me understand, is that there seem to be two separate systems. One is electronic and one is paper, and they're not the same, and never the two can meet. But I don't understand that. Why can't they be streamlined so that the same form that's available electronically is available by paper, so that we can fill it electronically, hit print, and that way the state guys love it and the independent auditors love it,
Right.
right?
The state's funny about that. The state is, well, there are certain things in the evaluation process. There are evaluation tools and protocols that really can't be digitized. They are hard copy. So those.
No. You got to stop. That I don't understand that meaning. What do you mean it cannot be digitized? Take a picture and put it up there. I mean, I do that all the time. I digitize all my documents.
Right. They are booklets.
Kathleen is being generous, and the state is
I'm
not in
trying
the
to be
21st
kind.
century.
I'm trying to be kind in my
Be
definition
very
of the
clear.
state.
Yes, they will ask for files of paperwork when they come in. It is an NJDOE issue. It is not a district issue.
Sorry, I disagree with this. Okay.
Yes.
All I'm trying to say is everything that can be on paper can be digitized. So make sure that you digitized and hit a print button when those guys show up. It's not, I don't know, maybe I'm missing something here. I mean, this is not.
May I?
This can't be, sure.
Okay.
I mean,
I will. So I did have a similar question. I will say, as a special educator, I wish that was the case and that we could do that, but we can't. But I guess to that point, right, because the state is finicky about how documents are presented, how do we plan to ensure that we have compliance pieces maintained on both sides over time, knowing that we have to maintain the paper files and we have to have a better system for ensuring that everything that can be kind of placed in the online document repository and Frontline also does, so that we would have both sides of the house kind of figured out and compliant on both ends?
Yes.
sorry, in my experience, if you have two systems, they will never be in sync. Over time, there'll be entropy and they will go their own way. You cannot, it does not matter. There has to be one golden source. I mean, I do this in software every day. I mean, if you have a branch, it'll never be the same after 3 months. So, again, maybe this is not the right place to do it. All I'm suggesting is, can you please make sure that as much as possible,
Oh, absolutely.
you have just one source, and and we don't have to worry about papers ever
I
again.
think you should join the NJDOE and then change everything for us.
Right. And I can say that 95%, if not 98%, of everything that is in a paper file is also in that document repository. It is. There are just some booklets that, granted, they could be digitized, but because we also have to have them in paper form, the manual effort to do that probably wouldn't be fruitful. But I can say that 95 to 98% are digitized as well as in paper. But when Jennifer Spear comes in, she does not want to see me pressing print. She does not. She will go right into that file room and sit down and start reviewing.
You mentioned a lot of partnership that you're doing with CNI, which is awesome. Which
Yes.
is very cool. Can I ask you to also have a similar partnership at the same level with the business office?
Oh,
The
absolutely.
budgeting problems we had last year was because these two departments did not talk to each other.
Right.
So, I know you're new.
That is a fatal flaw.
You're brand new.
Yeah.
You're going to start from scratch. So can you, and also the business office will be led by somebody brand new. So can you just make sure that you have the same level of partnership with the business office as you have with CNI?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And
And
Lydia.
I don't mind chiming in. 2.5 hours today talking
Yes,
about
2.5
budget.
hours today
So
we
it's
spent.
already started.
Yep. Yep. No, I am a firm believer that the business office and the special services department have to work hand in hand, without a doubt.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It is great to hear, as a result of your conversations, that we are nearing our way into compliance with those audit items, because obviously our goal is that we are going to hit compliance as a bare rock bottom minimum and try to get well above it for our kids. One piece that you mentioned as a concern among parents was paraprofessionals. And so I wanted to just go to that slide regarding the paraprofessional criteria and fading. I really appreciate hearing within the Special Services Committee the amount of thought that's going into that check-in process and looking at the criteria for how a paraprofessional is given and also when it should be faded and by what degree. And I know at the same time, we look at the paraprofessional as an individual support that a child needs based on their profile, and it also happens to be a cost center issue. So reducing paraprofessional support will save us money, but we all know that we're doing that based
But that's not the first
on
and foremost goal.
based on the individual needs of the child.
Absolutely.
So in that fading and check-in process, if you're looking at a child's needs and it looks like, in fact, we're not seeing opportunities for reducing, we need to continue maintaining, or perhaps you even see in a case the need for support is actually increasing in some areas. Are you set up through this new framework to accommodate that?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Everything is individualized. And if a student is in need of more support, that is another part of the criteria. And it's kind of the opposite of fading, of course. It's increasing, but if that's what the student needs at that time, absolutely. But the focus really is in the conversation with parents, while we're having this conversation, this discussion during an IEP meeting or at a check-in, is we want to provide this support for as long as it's necessary. There could very well be a student who has no aid support, and we see a need for aid support, but maybe just through a difficult time in their life, a difficult time in the family, a difficult time in their academic journey. For whatever the reasons are, we just need to go into it with the thought that this is temporary. And temporary could be 3 weeks, it could be 3 months, it could be 3 years, it could be 5 years. But just having that lens of this is a temporary accommodation and modification, and not something that we want to continue to take away that independence. It's a celebration when we can take away a paraprofessional, really. Thank you.
So one of the things you mentioned was that you did surveys with families and also with teachers. And I was kind of curious about the distribution of, I guess, the families. Were they mostly elementary school teachers or families, or were there more high school students? Because I know there's always this concern about special education in the high school. So I want to know what is the greatest concerns that we have at the high school level?
The greatest concerns at the high school level were really focused in that co-teaching environment and accommodations and modifications. And I would say that I was happy to see that the contribution from the teachers was pretty well spread. There weren't any, it wasn't heavy on elementary, it wasn't heavy on middle schooler or high school. I mean, comparatively, there are more high school teachers, so there were more responses. But really, it was a good mix. But I think at the high school, it was mostly that inclusive, providing that inclusive environment and knowing more about the best way to do that and the accommodations and modifications really for general education teachers, which is so encouraging and strengthens my belief in our teachers and how they want to provide our students with the best. And they are themselves saying that they need help there, and we're here to provide it.
Just bouncing off of that, do you plan on doing a parent caregiver survey annually? I think it's great that you've done it. And
Yeah.
I think in the past, we've always depended on CPAC's survey. We never really, I don't think we've done our own internal survey for the district. Yeah, so I'm happy that you did it. Thank you. And replying to people individually goes such a long way. I know it takes time. So just curious if that's something you'll do annually.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I would look to maybe do another survey in June, like after this year is over. I like to start the year out with a survey, end the year with a survey, particularly in the area of professional development. So we provided you some professional development. Where did it fall short? Where was it a success? What do you still need? So that we can effectively plan.
Hi. So just to go back a little bit to paraprofessionals, we've been talking also a lot about training, and I feel like training for paraprofessionals is kind of one of those perennial challenges in any school district, just with the time, with that they are often contracted folks, and that is the issue here too, right? And so just thinking about, as we're working on kind of that bi-directional training model to establish better co-teaching, to establish more inclusive practices, how are we also thinking about training for paraprofessionals, knowing that it can be a challenge given the way that contracts run?
Right.
And do we have an opportunity to maybe talk to the new kind of boots on the ground person, Gloria, that we have from ESS to have some inroads into additional training for our paraprofessionals so that they can be most effective?
Absolutely. And ESS provides their own training and onboarding and yearly training and semi-annual training for their paraprofessionals. But that's actually one of the things that Gloria is here for. She's for, the on-the-spot training. Like, one of the principals calls and says, hey, I had an issue with a paraprofessional in a classroom. I didn't like what I saw. Gloria will be right in there to, in person, provide some feedback and instruction.
And then I had one more question, if that's okay. Okay. We talked about having those, I guess, every 3-month meetings to talk about what's happening with the paraprofessionals assigned. That could potentially, given, what your caseload looks like, be a little bit of a heavy lift. So just thinking about from Christina's perspective, has there been any thought around how can we systematize that, both from a scheduling perspective, and then also is there kind of a standard agenda or list of things that you might be looking at in that meeting to kind of base your decision making moving forward to get you to that next 3-month mark?
Right. So these meetings are meant to be no more than 10 to 15 minutes at the very most. And, Christina is already offering to, maybe if a case manager is overloaded and can't have the meetings themselves, she can have the data, have that meeting. I can, any one of the supervisors, can assist. But really, it shouldn't be longer. And again, doesn't have to be a full IEP team meeting. Sure. Just a 10 to 15 minute check-in. And if the parent is unavailable or however that check-in can happen, it could be obviously virtual, it could be in person, it could be through email, an exchange of data that way if everyone is quite busy, because I know parents are busy as well in their work schedules.
Thank you.
Last question. I have 2 questions. I'm going to keep my mic on.
Okay.
With regard to the least restrictive environment slide, I just wanted to get a little bit of clarity when you talk about the elementary supports of the in-class resource support, the pull-out support, and you mentioned general education placement for science and social studies.
Yes.
Are we looking at being able to maintain for students whose profiles require it that second teacher in-class support for those science and social studies subjects, or supporting them in a different modality?
I think we're looking at supporting them in a more of a consultative way. And to be honest, there aren't many students who have that type of program anyway, where an in-class resource support for science and social studies is really warranted. Mr. Bing and I are both of the belief that, and I think most of our teachers are as well, that if there's that focused instruction in ELA and math, you're carrying those skills over into your general education, social studies, and science. And while there absolutely could be consult necessary, accommodations and modifications, help, for that general education teacher, the real support is in that core area of ELA and math.
Got it. And then just going back for a minute to the outstanding items left from the collaborative monitoring report, I see that several of them are with regard to the speech-only students as opposed to the more broader classified students. Is there a reason for that as far as a different framework for it, or is it a different file cabinet, or what was the distinction?
I'm not sure. I thought that myself. And I honestly don't have a succinct answer. I think that there wasn't as much maybe oversight of the speech case managers. That's the only thing that I can really identify as the issue. It's not that they didn't have the paperwork. Their paperwork wasn't making its way into the document repository electronically, and it also wasn't making its way to central office. So again, I think that goes back to standard operating procedures, and everyone, not just your more typical case managers of globally classified students, but you have to bring those speech-only case managers in just as much as you do the case managers that are for the global students.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now we have the business administrator's update.
For both for Seth Boyden and Tuscan, Epic Management is working through the closeout items, and also their punch list reinspection was performed on October 3rd and 4th. For Marshall School, the boilers are operational, but they're having some control wiring work to be completed. For a better term, the boiler BMS, which is the controls that oversee how heating is working, is programmed to be completed, and punch list is underway. Montrose, again, the same as Marshall, the boilers are operational. The BMS system is being programmed, and the punch list is occurring. Columbia High School, where most of the work is ongoing at this point in time. D-Wing, new science rooms, ductwork piping ongoing. D-Wing, laboratory casework and plumbing installation continue. A-Wing, second floor underlayment installed. Setting of VUV completed and continued piping. VUV is ventilator units, I believe. Some of these acronyms I'm not certain about. New boiler at D and B on, controls wiring ongoing. Media center, new HVA system continue. Media center continued with framing walls and sheetrock. Common areas, terrazzo floors completed. Common area wall panels installed. Common area post painting resumes. Roofs coating underway at B and C wing areas. A wing science rooms work is underway. Mechanical work underway. Abatement of existing guidance completed. Began demolition of old HVA systems. D-wing rough HVAC piping and ductwork installation. Inspection underway as required. Rooms adjacent to media center were completed. Auxiliary gym roof parapet wall coating underway. For next abatement phase near room. They're preparing for the abatement near room A231. Inspections are underway as required. New ramp area entrance to media center completed. Maplewood Middle School boiler room, insulating steam lines, repairing, nearing completion, sorry. Continued steam pipe insulation, continued installing thermostats, continued routing and connecting, VUV second floor, installing for third, I apologize, I'm struggling with the light in here. Installing unit shutoff for transformer, continue wiring, starting up 12 VUVs out of 39, continue PA system testing and debugging, owner furnished accessories provided for all gender restroom on second floor, auditorium rooftop units, 1, 2, and 3 started up, ATS building automation system wiring to field equipment continues, continue coating the auditorium roof, the replacement of 2 smaller flat roofs. Subs have begun demobilizing removed storage boxes and completed addressing original door punch lists. South Orange Middle School, electric service, installing anchors and conduit supports, targeting completion between Christmas and New Year. South Orange Middle School, waiting for the building permit, setting up site trailers, measuring the door replacement, ordering materials. That is basically the construction update. And just, you'll hear from the committee, had a good committee meeting where there was a lot of updates on various items going on in your budget and other items which will be part of your committee reports. Thank you.
And now here's, I guess, my update. All right. This month, the board held its first quarterly retreat of the school year, providing an opportunity to reflect, plan, and strengthen our efforts. As part of our board training, we conducted a review of the board's role in the budget process. In collaboration with the administration, the district will roll out a new budget calendar this year. Alongside this traditional calendar, the administration will form a budget advisory committee, which will incorporate valuable community input into our financial planning process. The board also reviewed the governance handbook, a key document that establishes clear norms and expectations for both current and future boards. This represents a significant step forward from the unconventional practices we experienced last year. By creating a governance handbook that better defines the board's role, we are laying the foundation for stronger, more effective governance, which ultimately benefits our entire school district. I also want to congratulate this district, including our teachers, staff, and administrators, on our recent NJQSAC scores, which demonstrate that we are a high-performing school district. We also received a thorough review of our NJSLA scores, highlighting the excellent work the district has done in implementing its data infrastructure to better target and provide services aimed at improving student outcomes. Additionally, I want to acknowledge the efforts of our special services team in guiding the district forward on a productive path as we continue implementing necessary changes to ensure we are effectively serving all students, particularly within our special education community. This month, I would like to highlight our first read of Policy 8420. Important revisions have been made to ensure compliance with the law and address the needs of our students. Specifically, more language for the care of students with IEPs and 504 plans has been explicitly incorporated into the policy. Additionally, we want to reassure the community that students will be informed at the start and conclusion of all safety exercises that the activity is a drill. To further support students, the policy now includes provisions for age-appropriate discussions at the end of each drill to address any questions or concerns. Finally, parents will be notified of the drill on the same day, including its nature, so they can have meaningful follow-up conversations with their children if needed. I also want to acknowledge the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education's recognition of Transgender Day of Remembrance, which was held on November 20th. This day honors the lives of transgender individuals lost to violence and discrimination and reaffirms our unwavering commitment to inclusivity and respect. We stand in solidarity with the LGBTQ community, recognizing the resilience, courage, and contributions of transgender individuals within our schools and beyond. Our board remains dedicated to fostering safe, supportive, and affirming spaces where all students, staff, and families can thrive as their authentic selves. Together, we will continue to champion equity, understanding, and the dignity of every individual. In closing, these initiatives, enhanced budgeting processes, stronger governance practices, thoughtful updates to our policies, and our continued focus on inclusion and equity reflect our unwavering commitment to transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement. With the support of our community, we are dedicated to building a school system that prioritizes the success and well-being of every student. And now I'll read the board president's statement. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent of schools. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with the administration and the superintendent to ensure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. Now we'll have our hearing of individuals and delegations. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. I'd like to call Yakov Steinfeld.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? I'm asking for a little more than 3 minutes because this issue is going to rivet you. I'm going to read. I tried to minimize 9 years into 3 minutes. Dear Board of Education, on August 6, 2021, my dearest daughter, Sophia Scheinfeld, a graduate of Columbia High School, took her own life by suicide. She was exposed and manipulated by the Board of Education. Own policies and agenda clearly stated in your mission. Your mission is right here. I just printed it this evening from the internet. It's full of gender expression, gender conforming, cisgender, non-binary, and transgender. All kinds of things. You all have failed in your mission, all of you. To properly educate our children. Instead of normal, accepted curriculum of math, science, sports, etc., you have allowed this deadly cult to take hold in these halls, these sacred halls 200 yards from here. You have adopted outlandish, baseless, cult-like, dangerous ideology as your written mission states clearly. We've shown it. Anybody can read it. I know of 3 students in this high school who committed suicide being transgender. I can provide names, but I don't want to for privacy matters. One of them is my daughter, Sophia Scheinfeld. I entrusted my child in your hand, and he failed us. I am so upset you have no idea. I'm looking at you and I don't understand how in 2024, after years of all of you trying to do your best, and I'm sitting here since 6 o'clock listening to all these good people explaining your policies and procedures, and wow, how did my daughter slip through the cracks? And I have to visit her every year in her grave. Do you even begin to realize the untold damage to my family that was created? Who even gave you the authority to intervene so grossly in family matters like this? As evident in many dead young lives throughout our nation, facts: 40% of transgender youth try to commit suicide. Many succeed, unfortunately. Listen to me. 30% regret whatever they did in their youth. Fact. I've been in Florida. I was invited twice to national meetings of great importance, and I've seen transgender people. You sit here and you think you know what you're doing, and you think that your policy or from whoever it's coming, and I will investigate this, where this kernel of evil started. Who is even born in the wrong body? Are you born in the wrong body? I just heard you how you're trying to protect our children, while in effect, they are dying. Have you asked your nurse, the school nurse, how many people died? How many transgender kids died in the last 10 years? Is there any number? Is anybody following? I need one more minute, two. I'm very sorry that I talk like this. I'm very sorry that I speak like this. I've never imagined that as a father, I will send my kid to school and she would be exposed.
Mr.
Both of them.
Scheinfeld, I thank you.
No. One more minute.
No, you've
One more
spoken
minute,
for, I
please.
allowed you much over 1 minute to speak, so.
You know, this 3 minutes that you're giving me is shameful. Shameful.
I give that 3 minutes to everyone.
3 minutes. And I heard this gentleman in the first time speaking for 30 minutes about his trip to Haiti and his great experience. You're shutting my mouth, and I won't allow it. So one more word.
If you,
I'm
sorry, sir.
I'm
sorry, sir.
I'm announcing a $20 million lawsuit against you.
Sorry, sir.
And you take
Thank
me
you, sir.
seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Scheinfeld. Thank you, Mr. Scheinfeld. You have spoken. You can send us a letter. Thank you.
One of your children transgender. You'll see horrible. You failed though. Zero. Three minutes. You should see the list of 300 medications given to her to try to fix her gender. Thank you very much. Disgusting. And you, Caitlin, yes, you.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, please, sir. Please, sir. Sir, I will ask you to stop. Sir, please.
I voted for you. Still. All of you failed me. Come to the grave, see her. Who even think about this was part of her own body? Where did this come from?
Just going to take a 5-minute recess.
Community Member Vitale, you're on for public speaks.
Condolences to Mr. Scheinfeld and everybody.
Mr. Vitale, we'll need you to speak up a little bit. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Hello?
Yes, we could hear you.
Okay. I was just saying my condolences to the man who lost his child and everyone else. I see the district is once again considering advance notice for school lockdown drills. Thank you. When the New Jersey law on this was last revised in 2022, the first draft contained provision for advance notice. It was later amended out. So the state rules don't require advance notice, but they don't prohibit it either. Our district can choose to do better. Let's take a look at what others do. First, let's look at a few other states. New York State, starting last summer, requires 8 days notice of lockdown drills. Advance notice, that is. The state of Illinois, since 2021, requires 5 days advance notice. School administrators can opt students out of walk-through school lockdown drills. Virginia requires 24 hours advance notice. What does the ed tech and school security industry say? Well, 2 companies I found recommend advance notice. The Partner Alliance for Safer Schools, whose founders include school security leaders and SROs, says that unannounced lockdown drills might seem like a way to test the actual readiness of students and staff. However, the unintended consequences can be severe. These drills can lead to panic, confusion, and increased stress levels for students and parents. You should notify parents well in advance and allowing them to discuss the issues with their children. Drills should be announced to staff, students, and parents and include a scheduled time frame in which the drill will be conducted, for example, Monday between 9 a.m. and noon. Drills should not be conducted in a surprise fashion. What did the advocacy group say, finally? The group Students Demand Action was founded by students in response to the tragedy at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida in 2018. Some of its founders are leaders and survivors of school shootings. They recommend that parents should have advance notice of drills. They say that a study by Georgia Tech and Everytown found that school shooter drills are associated with significant and lasting increases in depression, stress, and anxiety, and fear of death among students, parents, and teachers. They go on to say that there is almost no research affirming the value of school shooter drills involving students, either to prevent school shootings or to protect the school community when shootings do occur. Finally, we have Everytown for Gun Safety, a leading gun safety organization. It was formed by a merger of previous groups, Moms Demand Action and Mayors Against Illegal Guns. They say, active shooter drills increase anxiety in the whole community. Training school staff on how to respond to active shooter situations is important, but there is no strong conclusive evidence that supports the value of drills involving students. In fact, there is mounting evidence that student-involved drills are associated with lasting harms, such as increases in depression, stress, and anxiety, as well as widespread fear of death throughout the school community. In conclusion, I recommend you make rational decisions, not emotional ones. Consider the negative consequences of your actions on children's well-being, shown by research. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public speaks. All right, we'll do community reports. So.
All right. The Special Services Committee met on November 11th. We began at 6:30, adjourned at 8:51. It was myself, Board Member Meyer, Whitletter, Superintendent Bing, Dr. Gilbert, Mrs. Jess Maria were all in attendance. Prior notice of the meeting was sent out to the full board on November 4th as a reminder and a request for any questions with a link to our internal tracker. After that meeting, minutes were sent on November 12th to the full board for review ahead of this evening. We began with our CPAC check-in, which supports district goal number 4, increasing collaboration around special education by engaging with CPAC. This discussion addressed concerns at South Mountain School around pull-out replacement. There was a teacher recently hired to fill that need, and the district's current review and planning to prevent similar issues in the future. CPAC emphasized the need for consistent assistive technology support as well as dyslexia specialization for professional development and ongoing improvements in communication, upholding timelines and increase of programming, the spectrum of programming rather, professional development for staff, and a more proactive responsiveness when issues arise. This month's meeting was centered around topics related to district's goals 1 and 4 primarily.
Goal 1 is around college and career readiness, where we talked about the paraprofessional and teacher support to ensure students' IEPs align with the principles of the least restrictive environment. So with this, we reviewed, as Ms. Jessica Maria said earlier, the paraprofessional criteria document to guide discussions on student support needs across the school year and improve collaboration and by increasing touch points with family. Also, we talked about, which was surfaced earlier, that ESS will provide an on-site representative, which began on November 12th. This will enhance our district's ability to provide more direct support, feedback, and training for paraprofessionals, with ongoing efforts to monitor the implementation and address paraprofessional development needs across the school year. Secondly, the committee discussed the presentation that you saw earlier tonight and reviewed the surveys administered to both the community and teachers regarding the audit survey and the professional development feedback survey, respectively. The district shared that they offered to host a monthly check-in with the CPAC board, and this will be another proactive way to increase collaboration, supporting that district goal that I just referenced. Next, we had a few items that we discussed in our committee that will be up for board approval tonight. So the first of which is the BCBA job description. So the committee discussed an update to the language to the BCBA job description, which would allow candidates who don't hold another DO or a Department of Ed certification, but only hold their BCBA certification to apply for the role, which thereby expands the applicant pool. This role will prioritize supporting teachers and students in both general and special education classrooms with a focus on coaching, training, intervention planning, and particularly a focus at our younger grades, in particular kindergarten. Second, we talked about the expansion of ERI programming at Seth Boyden by adding a classroom. So that is on the agenda tonight, as was referenced earlier in Resolution 4694. So we are excited to discuss this development further in upcoming committee meetings, expanding this programming for students not just at Seth Boyden, but potentially other schools as well, providing much needed support within our district. Some of the goals and wins were moving forward with a clear timeline for the federal monitoring corrective action plan and engagement with the monitor, increased engagement with CPAC within the committee and with the district itself, and the expansion of that ERI program. Our next meeting will be on December 17th at 6:30. Do any of our board members have questions at this time? All right, seeing none, I'm going to pass it on. Thank you.
Personnel Committee met on Monday, November 18th at 6:30 p.m. In attendance were Board President Telesford, Board members Deval Wilson and Vadlamani, and myself. And from the district, Mr. Adedoyan, Dr. Gilbert, and Superintendent Bing. The public-facing meeting minutes are posted on the website, but a few highlights. A welcome to Mr. Zabiega, our new Assistant BA, who started earlier this month. He's jumped right in, has been working closely with Mr. Deandra, our interim BA, and in more business office news on the personnel resolution, you will see that there is the new business administrator up for approval starting on December 9th. Mr. Bing and Ms. Jessica Maria are currently doing an analysis of some of the positions within the special education staff, specifically in-class support, EBR, academic interventionist, pull-out replacement, ISEP, coaches, and social workers. While they work through all of this very closely together, there are some special education open roles that are put on hold until their analysis is complete. In terms of committee goal tracking, for the 5-year workforce diversity plan, the staff member survey initially to be sent this month has been put on hold. Mr. Adedoyan is looking to shift gears in the meantime and work with Mr. Draper on some elements of the new marketing campaign in order to continue progress on year 1 work. Moving forward, the committee will be tracking staff evaluation status on a monthly basis to ensure we have better oversight of the process and progress. Part of our discussion this month was around CUSAC. As Superintendent Bing mentioned earlier this evening, the personnel score was 85% in 2024 versus 100% in 2018. We lost a total of 15 points, 12 on evaluations missed, and 3 points on a personnel indicator, which is currently in appeal. We also discussed the supervisor of counseling, guidance, and student well-being job description that Dr. Gilbert had shared with the board, along with all of the context and research he put into this reimagined role. The committee appreciated the time and effort put into this. However, we decided it was best to table this for now, primarily due to timing and budgetary concerns that include using grant money to temporarily fund an FTE. Next year's budget process has not officially kicked off. There's so much unknown and won't be answered for a few months. Still, teachers' contract not settled, healthcare costs increasing effective 2025, and understanding the impact on our current budget and the true cost of this position and associated staff over time. This also led to a discussion around why, a question was asked, why wouldn't we just reinstate the original position as it was when the timing is right during the budget process, and academic counseling versus mental health counseling. There are concerns around all of this kind of falling on this new position and essentially a new proposed department structure without a proper staffing plan and the associated PD training requirements needed. We will continue conversations around guidance leadership once administration begins to consider the staffing needs for the 25 to 26 school year. Meeting ended at 8 p.m. and we will next be meeting on Monday, December 16th at 6:30 p.m. Any questions?
The FFT committee met on November 13th with all the board members and the administration attending. For the construction update, in Maplewood Middle School, the all-gender bathroom is expected to be finished after Thanksgiving. In CHS, music room has a new HVAC. It never had one before. In Delia Bolden, the elevator is being repaired with critical parts that are past life expectancy and to avoid catastrophic failure. For the business office, there are a couple of documents that are coming online. One is a comprehensive maintenance plan, which the board will be approving today. And we also have the purchasing manual, which is actually pretty nice because it lays out regulations by the administration, and both will be available online soon. This is a new thing for us, at least, is this, we had to make an extra payment through IRS because with the rising interest rates, we grew beyond our tax exempt allowance. So we need to pay the IRS about $1.2 million. And we suspect that similar payments will have to be made for rest of our portfolio. And for the first time, at least since I've been on the board, there's been a check fraud that happened at one of our vendors who stole about $68K. And again, just to clarify, this is not from us. This is happening, at the vendor site. And the Maplewood police are involved. For the budget, we have a tentative 25-26 budget timeline, which we publish soon. The entire district is using the online budget preparation system 3000, all digital, no paperwork. The registration, another new thing is that there's a re-registration campaign that will start for incoming 9th grade students. It is new for us, but it's a standard process. Many districts do it. It ensures that all students live in our town and the registration is done again, at 9th grade between middle school and high school. There are obviously many, many more minutes and they're all posted online. Feel free to read that. The next meeting will be, a week before the next board meeting. That's all I have. Any questions?
I just want to highlight one other piece from that. A few board members so far have gotten to participate in one of the SOMA bike bus rides that are getting elementary kids to schools on Fridays. They're remarkable events that bring a bunch of kids through town on bikes. It's a real party scene. And they provided a presentation that we looked at during FFT, in particular looking at elementary schools that are in need of additional bike racks to accommodate, and facilities acted on it, I've heard, more or less immediately, and certain schools have gotten to order bike racks as a result of that. So we appreciate receiving that information and the district's quick work on it. Am I up? The policy committee met on November 6th, and myself, Board Member Skifford, and Sackett Gable were in attendance. We discussed the policies that are currently up for first and second read. Tonight we have, I think, 5 policies that are up for second read. Policy 2200 on curriculum content, 3160 on physical examination, 4610 on physical examination, 5751 on sexual harassment of students, and 8467 on firearms and weapons. We have no alterations from the first read. Up for first read tonight, we have policy 8420 on emergency and crisis situations. This is a policy that we had adopted with updates just last year, but the state made additional updates recently with regard specifically to a significant number of specific protections for students with disabilities in the development and conduct of safety drills. Within this policy, we are continuing our district's local policy change of announcing the drills at the start of a security drill, not simply at the end of the drill, which is the state requirement. It also continues our district's local explicit consideration and care for students who might be caught outside of a classroom with a locked door at the time of drills, such as in the hallway or bathroom, ensuring the well-being of those students during the drill. And of course, we have the state standard protections, some of which came from this district originally, specifically that drills don't include role play or simulated violent incidents. This ensures that we also have a policy that we are adding in within this, ensuring that students have the opportunity at the end of a drill for a check-in with a teacher or a staff member to just address their experience with the drill and any concerns or possible traumas that may have been raised during that security drill. And finally, we're adding a provision ensuring that when parents are notified that same day regarding a drill happened, that they're given sufficient info about what happened in the drill, that they can have a meaningful discussion and reinforcement with their students. I will note, just pointing to concerns that were raised by a public speaker, this policy came through FFT. In that committee, we had, among others, our Director of Security, Stan Valles, who provided information as we considered the possibility of, for example, giving notice of our drill days in advance. And it was the determination of our administration, in light of the information that they have and insights, that if we gave a notice of drills too many days in advance, it would really water down the effectiveness of the drill to be able to sort of automatize the actions that students need to take when these things happen, as far as the kind of lockdown they need to do. Similarly, providing opportunities for an opt-out would really undermine the effectiveness of the drill, not the trigger for any trauma, but just the drill for the kind of things you have to do in that case for students who may need that the most. And so we felt confident to move this forward, and after multiple rounds of review, this is ready for first read this evening. The rest of the information, we'd encourage you to go and look at our policy minutes on the website. I would last want to just reference, as the policy chair, and in recognition of the Transgender Day of Remembrance yesterday, that our district has long been a strong proponent of policy 5756 on transgender and non-binary students, and ensuring support for those students in school and with regard to their families and their community. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, well, the CNI committee met last week with all members in attendance, and we centered our meeting around topics related to district goals numbers 1, 2, and 4. So I'll give a brief recap of those, and the rest of the notes are posted on the website. So for Goal 1, College and Career Readiness, we had a preview of the NJSLA presentation shared tonight and discussed instructional and programmatic implications of the data. Regarding Goal 2, Global Citizenship, Ms. Wabel provided an update on absenteeism, sharing data from last year and efforts to support students with attendance challenges. She introduced an NJTSS attendance manual to guide improvement, emphasizing family and student engagement. And just noting, while the state requires schools with chronic absenteeism above 10% to create improvement plans, our district's rate is around 8%, so we're being proactive there. Possible causes for absenteeism and ongoing support strategies were also discussed. Then we discussed Goal 4, Family and Community Engagement. Survey data from the Magnetic Reading and NJTSS curriculum nights showed attendees gained a better understanding overall, but shared additional questions and suggestions. This feedback will guide future planning. A math curriculum night was held this week, which I attended, and there's another one scheduled for next month. We also discussed adding a library of curriculum night recordings, FAQs, and key instructional resources to the new district website for easy family access. There will be opportunities also on the website for community members to give input on the Yonder pilot, in addition to the internal feedback that will also take place from students and staff. We included discussion on the CHS schedule in response to the challenges experienced with the CHS scheduling at the start of the year. The district has taken significant steps to address the gaps and create a more effective process moving forward. They've developed a new team, new timeline, a whole process to ensure greater success in future scheduling cycles. To promote transparency and accountability, the district shared a month-by-month timeline detailing key actions with the board that we in the C&I committee will review regularly. And for November, and we'll report it out as an oversight role. But for November, the district successfully completed the scheduled actions that they had listed on the timeline. Supervisors updated the CHS program of studies, and the school leadership team ensured that course codes are aligned with state standards. The program of studies, and that's just the course catalog for the high school, is on track to be finalized by supervisors by the end of December. So this proactive approach demonstrates the district's commitment to learning from past experiences and implementing improvements so that we have better outcomes, our students do. Items up for approval tonight, we have a special dance curriculum, as well as the policies for second read that Board Member Meyer already mentioned, 2200, curriculum content 5751, sexual harassment of students. And just to note, we also discussed an AI policy coming just for review, and our student reps will come to our next committee meeting to share feedback on that policy. Next meeting will be on December 12th.
Coy, one quick additional readout. I just want to highlight that 3 members of the board in late October had the opportunity to go down to the New Jersey School Board Association's workshop state conference, in addition to a number of our SLT members and superintendent, and it was just a phenomenal opportunity for trainings and networking, learning from other districts, and just a lot of really, really helpful input. I have to say, my one con was that I was very jealous of the boards that got all 9 members down to participate, and I think that would be a great goal for next year.
All right. I move on to the action portion.
Okay, on to action items. Before you, you have Resolution 4682, A through L. Resolution 4683, A through C. 4684, evaluation rubric. 4685, out-of-district placements. 4686, financials, A through L. 4687, curriculum and instruction. 4688, registration. 4689, HIB. 4690, special education agreements, A and B. 4691, policy, second read, A through E. 4692, policy, first read. You have additional items, 4693, school field trips. 4694, emotional regulations. And 4695, an additional settlement. Any questions? I should say, is there a motion?
Yep. I'll make a motion to put up for a discussion.
Yep.
Second.
Right.
All right, we're open for discussion. And, all right,
One quick item I want to highlight, Resolution 4694, the Emotional Regulation Impairment Program at Seth Boyden Elementary School. I want to just give due to the ERI classroom that we've had going at Seth Boyden for a while with the incredible teacher, Michael Wosio, and I'm very excited that we are able to expand that with another classroom and be able to support more students in that program. I think this is a great win for the district and for students who really need that support.
Roll call.
roll call.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Board Member Duval Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford. I'm not even sure if he's on. We'll move on. Board Member Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable.
Yes.
Board President Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
And Board Member Whitletter.
Yes.
All motions pass.
All right, we'll have our next hearing of individuals and delegations.
I don't believe there was anybody
Right.
signed up.
Just make sure. All right, now we move on to new business. Any new business? All right. Okay, the Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, December 19th, 2024 at 6:30 PM in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of the public session, the board will move to go into a closed session in the superintendent's office at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel, matters with the attorney-client privilege, legal, negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be at 7:30 PM in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, in person, utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include the hearing of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that the masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and CDC. Action will be taken. With that, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. Second, thank you, Board Member Callahan. All in favor? Aye. Okay, we are adjourned at 10:44 PM.